This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again.
The Lizard King. That's right. It's the... Oh, I guess I can't. Oh, I know. I have to do that. Okay. Hello. Awake before dawn. Awoke before dawn. Did I? She put her microphone on. And then she said, let's go. It is on. Fuck yeah. Victory. Victory is mine. Victory is mine, saith the Lord. Victory is mine, saith the Lolo. I was awake before dawn. I think I was. Hello, Mr. Spock. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I don't know if everything... I kind of had to switch everything around this weekend, so... Anyway, I hope everyone had a great weekend. He is risen, I guess. I mean, I don't really see much evidence that he is risen. Hi, Neil. How are you? Hi, Tom. Hi, Badge. Badger. Happy Monday. Oh, my God. I forgot my Monday sign. Happy Monday. It's Monday. And this is what we do on Mondays. We put up the meme. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I think I did. I think I did for the most part. Yesterday, I felt kind of shitty the whole day, just emotionally. You know, nothing physical. And that's just my own. That's my own trauma. I don't know. I'm just a squirrel trying to get a nut to move your butt. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, good day. Good day. It's really nice to be back live. We took a little time off. I just turned off my monitor. Hold on just a moment. I did it again. There we go. It's coming back. We got to be really careful with this setup. Oh my gosh. You got to be careful because my monitor just keeps going off. I love it. I love it when technology says, you know what? I'm going to fuck with you. I'm good. Hi, Lee. How are you? Good to see you. And Josh is here? Holy moly. Did anything happen today? I mean, I don't know if anything's happened yet. I saw him on the... Were they doing Easter today? I guess, did it rain yesterday? I'm not really sure. I guess it was too rainy to do the Easter egg hunt yesterday, so they weren't doing the Easter egg. But, yeah, all that seems pretty stupid. I'm sorry. I just think those are always stupid. I just think Easter is one of the dumbest holidays. I'm really sorry about that to all my Christian friends. But how's it going for you? No, I'm just kidding. How's it going over there in Christian land? You think we're getting all the Christian stuff? We're getting that right? Maybe. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so, yeah, I really can't, you know, I was looking every weekend, I look at like the house.gov and senate.gov and whatever to kind of think about what's coming up for the next week. What are the shows going to be about? Blah, 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 blah. And I look this week and there's nothing, right? There's nothing. The Senate and the House are both out for spring break, I guess, but they were out last week too. And I understand that maybe they're going home, but I have really kept track of my people like Robbie Gomez and like Alex Padilla and stuff and Adam Schiff and stuff like that and their schedules, and they hardly ever have any. Oh, thanks, Teresa. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said. I hope so. I'll try. Uh, with the California, what did I say? What was I gonna say? Is this the new Casa Lolo? No, this is not. We're still on the hunt. It's too stressful. I hate this part. I hate looking for a new place to live. It's very, very depressing. Very depressing. Thank you, the dino. Let's hear it for the dino. Yeah, anyway, whatever I was saying, I should probably finish that thought sometime later on. You meant Tom. Oh, okay. Anyway, so yeah, happy Monday, and here we are. And I have something. I actually wrote some stuff for us today. You know how I am, though. Well, maybe you don't know, but I'll just tell you. When it comes to like scripted stuff, I'm really bad at that, and I don't mean to be, but I am, and I apologize, but that's just the way it is. And like, for example, I made a bunch of notes about what I want to talk to you about today. And this is really, let me be honest, this is like really a struggle for me to understand. And it's just my own coping mechanism. My coping mechanism is to try and understand what might be happening around me. Not that, anything I do is going to necessarily change it. I'm not really trying to and I'm not a journalist, right? So none of the stuff that I do is deep enough of a dive to really be counted as like journalism. So I'm not talking about that. But I'm just talking about with all the stuff that we've been exposed to over the last few years, I am constantly in a state of trying to synthesize that and trying to understand. I don't know why. I can't explain to you what difference it makes, frankly. But for some reason, it's been something I've been a little bit just like kind of obsessed with. Anyways. So I did write some stuff out, so we'll kind of go through that. It's kind of a lot. But the first thing I wanted to do was kind of check the headlines. To your point, Josh, I wanted to check the headlines and see what we could be missing out on. So hold on, let me do that. Let me just pull up my... But we have a lot. There's a lot. I don't know. And you know what? I'm probably going to go over the Mar-a-Lago Accord today. So if you want to just start scheduling your nap time now, it would be advised. Okay. But let's check the headlines and see what's happening in the world. I can picture Lolo doing part of a Sandra Bernhard act, combining comedy and singing. Oh, I wish I would. I wish I would be brave enough to get my ass out there in humanity. Maybe if we move, I'll be more inclined to leave the house. That's what's necessary. That's what I need to do. Okay, let me move this up. Yeah, okay. All right. This is just the New York Times front page. As Trump ultimatum looms, Iran vows to respond crushingly. So let's, the whole thing about this kind of taco bullshit where it's just like fucking clockwork. Like over the weekend, he says 48 hours, right? Which ends tomorrow, I guess, or something at like 8 o'clock Pacific or Eastern time or something weird. And then right before last night, basically futures are trading and market opens are looming and all that kind of good stuff. Just before then, Axios comes out with a story that, maybe we'll have talks. Maybe things will work out. Let me see if I can find that story because I was like, what the fuck are you guys playing with? So you're basically just like, you're playing along Axios, which I think Axios is kind of like, I'm almost treating Axios like RT at this point. I feel like if they're not part of this regime, then they just kind of want to be the part of this regime. You know what I mean? And like get the scoops. Hi, Peace Love. How you doing? Which I am going to be reading this Medicaid austerity thing. But more importantly, I wanted to see with if I could find the story about... Oh, here we go. This is... Okay. Oops. No, they can't see it. All right. This is the story that got me when I heard about it. They suck, Jane. Good morning, Jane. No, you didn't. You didn't. You didn't mess up start time at all. We just started. Hi, Grace Lisa. How are you? It's good to see you, Tom. Things come together. Who would have thought we would be here with each other in this place? Like Doc Brown said, the future is what you make it. So true. So true. But then I heard last night, okay, so 48 hours, we're going to bomb the shit out of you, blah, 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 open the strait, blah, blah, blah. I thought the strait was open, but okay, open the strait, blah, blah, blah. And then he's teasing this like Axios story with Iran mediators make last-ditch push for 45-day ceasefire. And if you think about Iran mediators, you know who that is. It's fucking Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Okay? The same people who are like, hi, Clark. The same people who are like, I mean, we're gonna play the little thing that's been floating around the internet about Jared, okay? But anyway, all right. So I digress because I'm getting to that as part of the little scripted thing that I made, which is gonna be really dumb because I don't do scripted stuff very well, which is probably why I would never make it in acting. I suppose if you wrote a script and I was really acting, I could do it. But I can't do like news type stuff where I'm not really acting. I'm just reading to I don't know. Anyway, Jared is ground zero. I agree, Grace Lisa. And there's some stuff we need to just kind of remind ourselves of, I think. So just some headlines for today before we jump in. Trump keeps world off balance. Yeah. See why? But nobody asks why. Why would Trump want to keep the world off balance? I feel like we need to ask why. And then, thank goodness, they found the U.S. airmen in Iran. I just am apoplectic that they're going to use this rescue as a complete vindication or I don't know, exhibition of American whatever, like we can do this. I have no confidence that this, first of all, I have no confidence in the information that comes out of the regime, you know? Oh, Clark, absolutely. I have no confidence in any of the information that comes out with this regime. I am not confident about the location of the pilot. I'm not going to say that even if it were something that, you know, a rescue that was done, that they didn't wait until Easter to do it. I mean, I'm just thinking all these terrible things because this regime has not given me any reason to believe anything that they say. And that's a problem. And perhaps, you know, I would never discount the experience of the armed services personnel who are putting their lives in danger for nothing really, but you know, that's the job that they are required to do. So they destroyed the aircraft. It just everything was kind of just weird, like it normally is, right? It's just weird, but I don't trust them. And it's just, I think it's okay to be a little more discerning in this time because he can't stand himself. He has to stay in chaos so he doesn't have to be alone with his thoughts telling him he's a piece of shit. Oh, Jane, I think you're giving him a lot more credit than he's due on his ability. I think it's possible, but I don't think he has that much self-reflection, frankly. All right, let's try this little thing that I made and just see what's what. And then we'll come back to bookmarks and stuff. But I want to see, because some of the stuff that we want to talk about that's happening right now is covered in some of these links. Alone with his gaping need. Yeah, I mean, I think deep down there's probably some self-loathing, obviously. But he doesn't realize it's self-loathing. He thinks he's just like, yeah, he's not. I think he thinks this is like a movie and like a video game. I think this is all a video game in his head. So, I don't know. This is my theory. I don't think he's all that. Yeah, sundowning. Hi, Pep. Wow. Okay, the truth thing where he was like, you better open the fucking strait or we're going to blow you bastards or whatever it is. What the hell is that? Like, that is 25th Amendment, which I want to talk about because, okay, let me start the show, actually. It's a TV show. Yeah, in his head, I think it is a TV show. So I was thinking about this, and I'm like, I listen to a lot of chuds, which is my fault, right? I shouldn't listen to chuds, but over and over and over and over again, the chuds get all of this wrong. Some of them are so close to getting it right, but then the disinformation kicks in and they pivot to, well, it's the cabal, or it's Soros or whatever it is, right? So they like pivot to this random conspiracy theory. And so I got a little frustrated. And also, I want to, in my mind, really kind of galvanize, or not galvanize, but kind of like tease out what is the end game? Like, what's missing? And again, it's just my kink. My kink is trying to understand what's happening and stuff like that. And I'm sure I don't have access to enough information to really do that with any great degree of specificity, but at least I can share my thoughts. And that truly is what today is. I'm just sharing my thoughts, my observations, things that strike me as important or relevant, I guess is more the word. And maybe they do for you, and maybe I'm wrong. I could definitely be wrong. So that I think is just, I don't know. It's just something that maybe, I don't know. I'm sure there'll be opportunities to correct my thinking, or I will grow from this thinking. But so far, as the information has been presented to me and how I've digested it, these are some of the thoughts that I have about, why this is happening, kind of thing. So what is the end game? And does it even matter what the end game is? Do we know what the extent of the damage is to the country after this regime has taken place? How quickly and what are the best ways to dick-proof the country? And that's the other thing I think about is, well, how do you ensure that something like this doesn't happen again? Because frankly, and I talk about this, I think there is a large part of human nature that some people wish to kind of oppress and subjugate others. And that, I don't know if it's a genetic thing. I don't know if it's like, they can't help themselves, or if it's nature nurture or what it is. But there always seems to be this, group of people who are going to take advantage of whatever situation they can in order to gain power or control or money or whatever that is. And thinking about where the United States goes next, I really do think that there's only a few people who have well, not that, but I think there's people that have definitive views of, and the power and the money and the influence to make those moves happen. And there are people like Peter Thiel. I think we're living in a little bit in Mountainhead right now, which maybe we should watch that again. I don't know. Maybe we should watch that again. And Jared Kushner really keeps popping up. And I think Jared might have a big role to play in how this world kind of geopolitics. It seems to me he's becoming a name that pops up in different places. So, and the thing is, and I don't care about the salacious, they're all trying to point to this thing about, Jared's relationship with Bibi, and that, in 2017, Bibi visited the childhood home of Kushner because he's friends with his dad, I guess, and his grandfather, and slept in the bed where Jared sleeps, and Jared had to sleep in the, whatchamacallit. Yeah, I have that too, Teresa. Jared had to sleep in the basement, because Bibi Netanyahu was sleeping in his bed or something. There's all this kind of weird stuff. But check signal. Oh, okay. It's hard to do that right in the middle of stuff, but I will. Okay, let me just go to that. All right. Let's see. There we go. There we go. There we go again. Oh, this one, yes. Yeah, Supreme Court sides with, I just saw that this morning. Supreme Court sides with Steve Bannon in bid to dismiss January 6th conviction. I don't know. Yeah, okay, always. They fucking do this. I mean, they fucking do this all the time. I just... Let me make this bigger. Okay. Oh boy. And then I was thinking about the 25th Amendment. Like, are we at the 25th Amendment with that truth yesterday where it's like, open the fucking strait or blah blah blah, like, not that people shouldn't be swearing, because swearing is fine, but I just feel like I don't think that it's very I just don't expect a president to use language like that. I just don't really. Wait, read what? Read what? Read what? Read what? Read the story on Supreme Court? Or read this? Not now. Oh, the 25th. Oh, the 25th Amendment. Okay. For reference. Good point. Very good point, because it didn't do that. Didn't do it yet. So, good point. But I'm like, the jokey part of this, unbecoming of the office. Yeah, well, first of all, I don't think a tweet is a reason for the 25th Amendment. I think of the tweet as kind of more evidence that this guy is really like a loose cannon. I think, here's the other thing I think, is that this weekend, the reason we didn't hear from Trump is they absolutely kept him away from any microphone, not because he knows anything of unbecome what? Yeah. Not that he knows anything of consequence in the rescue of the airmen, but if he did, I could see a world where they would keep him under wraps for the weekend until the rescue was done. Does that make sense? Because I think they know that when they need him to kind of like release, information, then they can use him for that. But if they're just gonna if they don't want information released and they actually want to try and do something like rescue someone, they can't have him out in public. And I mean they by the Stephen Miller, the Jared Kushner, the Steve Witkoff, that's who I think is doing. Susie Wiles, perhaps, whoever creates his schedule kind of thing. Yeah, kind of like a puppet. Well, I think that they know when he's a loose cannon and when he's going to be damaging. That's just my theory. I have no evidence to indicate that, but it would be people like Susie Wiles, I would think, and others. But again, just my opinion. But here's the thing: if I was day drunk Lori, the jobs lady, right, and if I were cultist Tulsi, which I then was thinking about her name, I'm like, add another T and a C, and it's like my name, except not with those letters. Like, take them away. Try my new supplement. I would want to ensure that we weren't fired next by Laura Loomer, right? Like, I would want to make sure that Laura Loomer wasn't going to get us fired, right? Members of the cabinet. So if you're me, if I'm a cabinet member, then I'm going to probably be thinking that the 25th Amendment, it might be my best chance, because look at all the people that he has fired, right? Like, he fired Pam, he basically fired Christie. And other people are on the chopping block, right? They're already being talked about. So if I were the cabinet, I'd be rushing to the 25th Amendment, because I'd rather get someone like Vance in there who I think I can control more. Not that they think they can or that they can, but I definitely think that that the cabinet, it is in their best interest to do the 25th Amendment, because he's going to fire all of them, because they're all a bunch of idiots, right? They're all liabilities. If you're going to talk about, I don't know, Christy Nome being a liability, well, then they're all liabilities in that regard. So I don't know what the difference would be. So bringing out a national leader for show has been done before. Absolutely. Right, Neil? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anyway, so that's my thoughts about that. And yeah, the war crimes. And I think that it literally, because people are like committing war crimes or crimes against humanity. I think Scott Bessent is going to have a lot to answer for in terms of what he's done with the Treasury, and God knows what might be happening on that front. So I just think there's a lot to lose for cabinet members if they don't hedge their bets. So maybe I'm just giving them advice. Not that I think J.D. Vance is going to be worse, but I still think it's bad. I don't care how many of them we take out. It'd be fine. But anyway, so my observations of why we're here: lack of taxes, accountability, regulation, judgment. Think Epstein, and then and it's kind of happening, right? Like it's kind of happening. I was looking at state tax revenues after the big ugly bill, right, and what was happening there. And there's an article. This is from April 7th? No, 2nd. Sorry. It's not April 7th yet. Not even close. From the Pew Charitable Trust. But I just thought, oh, oopsie, sorry. This is a recent piece by Pew Charitable Trust about states and how states are, how their revenue, how it's working for them. State tax revenue stabilizes amid rising fiscal uncertainty. After 5 years of widespread volatility, state tax revenue growth fell more in line with historical norms in fiscal year 2025. Even so, collections remain sluggish, trailing their long-term trends nationally and in most states for the second consecutive year, suggesting that revenue has settled into a weaker post-COVID-19 pandemic pattern of steady but below-trend growth. Preliminary data from the first half of fiscal 2026 reinforces this conclusion. Quarterly collections through the third quarter of 2025. Remember that our fiscal year in the government runs from October 1st to September 30th. So we're in fiscal year 2026 now that runs from October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026, for those who may not be aware of that. Quarterly collections through the third quarter of 2025 and monthly data through December show that inflation-adjusted tax revenue grew modestly and that the number of states collecting below their long-term trends remained largely unchanged. Nationally, inflation-adjusted tax revenue rose 2.2% in fiscal 2025, so that would have been Biden's thing. Compared with the previous year of about half the states recording gains, the modest growth marked an improvement from fiscal 2024 when 40 states experienced declines, but overall collections rose slightly, in large part because of a temporary increase in California. But despite the return to modest growth, stabilization does not necessarily signal improved budget conditions. By the close of fiscal 25, total state tax revenue was 2.3% below its 15-year trend. So painting the picture that the state revenue is already kind of in a, not like a high growth, but just kind of keeping its own going into 2026. And so I'm going to link this in there. In addition to that, let's see. Oops. Oh, do I have to do that? Oh, no. Oh, it's going to make me do. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Then I was, unfortunately, there is an Axios piece. But then I was looking at, okay, so now in 2026, what is starting to happen is you're getting the impact of the big ugly bill and the changes to Medicaid and other safety nets, safety net programs like food stamps, childcare, whatever. And then there was a story from the beginning of April, states begin living with Medicaid austerity. And so, oops. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my God. I thought I was subscribed. Okay, that's fine. All right. Hi, Sammy. Hi, Sam. Let me check. Unbecoming of the office. I'm sorry I have Starbucks today. I had to drop Bobo off at work. She doesn't work at Starbucks, but there was a Starbucks right there, and I thought I wanted some coffee. All right. Republicans' massive Medicaid overhaul and rising health costs are forcing state legislatures to begin cutting medical spending for the poor, raise taxes, and take other steps to deal with the first of its kind budget squeeze. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Let me make this a little bigger. Why it matters. State budgets are due to shrink by $664 billion over the next decade because of the cuts in last year's GOP budget law, while medical costs are rising and tax collections are lagging. We just read a little bit about tax collections. That's creating a perfect storm for a program that typically accounts for about 30% of a state's budget each year. Congress delayed the biggest changes until 2027. Isn't that nice? But Medicaid programs are like massive ocean liners, said Catherine Costanza, a fellow at the National Conference of State Legislatures. They're in the process of pivoting this year as they also deal with other pressures, she said. Idaho legislators this week approved $22 million in cuts to Medicaid disability services. Yeah, big ugly bill. Iowa legislators approved a new tax on certain health insurers to help cover an existing Medicaid shortfall and the looming federal cuts from last year's GOP budget law. That's the big ugly bill. I don't know why they just don't call it that. Colorado, which faces a $1.5 billion budget shortfall driven largely by Medicaid spending that predates the congressional changes, is debating controversial benefit cuts and lower provider payments. Yeah. But lawmakers in the state have also introduced a bill that would tax large employers who have part-time employees enrolled in Medicaid. Similar policies have been floated in Washington state and New Jersey. Everyone is pissed and everyone is stressed, said Colorado State Rep Lisa Ferret, the lead sponsor of the new tax proposal. But as her bill advances, there's a growing number of people that are starting to rally and say, let's do this. You're trying. We appreciate it. States with more of a budget cushion are making investments in hopes of easing possible coverage losses. New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill proposed $10 million in her budget last month to strengthen the state's Medicaid enrollment system. Wisconsin, Vermont, and other states are in talks to pay millions to consultants like Deloitte and Accenture to help set up improved Medicaid eligibility tech systems, Kaiser Family Foundation Health News reported. Some are also repurposing state revenue to fill gaps. Oregon passed a bill allowing state funds to pay nonprofit reproductive care providers like Planned Parenthood, which federal Medicaid dollars no longer cover. That's right. The Dump administration's crackdown on fraud, waste, and abuse could add unexpected pressure on state Medicaid budgets if federal officials determine there's cause to cut off funding. Yeah, that is being led now by J.D. Vance. So that's his little pet project that they've given him. And he's about to try and make California's life really miserable, as if it's not miserable enough. So there you go. States are also waiting on more guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services on how to implement first-time work requirements and other Medicaid changes. 9 states enacted newer revised taxes on Medicaid providers last year, but it's not clear whether those will remain in effect since the budget law places a moratorium on new taxes, Costanza said. This fall's elections could also scramble priorities if Democrats flip state houses and take more steps to head off the biggest Medicaid changes. Budget austerity will become the new normal, with nearly $1 trillion in federal Medicaid cuts. $1 trillion. $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts. This is the start of a lot of tough choices around Medicaid policy going forward, said Robin Rudowitz, director of KFF's program on Medicaid and the uninsured. So, yeah. There's that. And taxpayers, that's right. Oh, God, that's right. I forgot. These guys. Oops. Oh, did it? Okay. So I also was looking, okay, so what about taxes? Like, are people paying more? And how's the tax thing going? You know, we were supposed to get all these great millions of dollars of tax refund because of the big ugly bill. I did pull this. I may not go through the entire thing, but we can talk a little bit about it. As Americans receive their tax refunds this spring, some are seeing a sizable windfall from last year, while others are getting only a few $100s difference, and the reasons may not be immediately clear to them. President Trump has said this will be the largest tax refund season of all time as a result of legislation dubbed the One Big Ugly Bill Act, a multi-trillion-dollar package of tax and spending cuts that Republicans passed in July. In a January 26 release, the White House said the average taxpayer could receive an extra $1,000 or more, citing early October data from bank Piper Sandler. But the average refund hasn't grown that much, IRS filing data shows. That's right. It hasn't. As of March 20th, the average refund amount for individual filers was $3,571, up from $3,221 about 1 year prior, the IRS reported. This season, the average refund peaked at $3,804 on February 20th, up from about $3,453. So it's been hovering around 10.9% overall increase in the average refund. But in my thing, I was looking at also how many people were getting them. And in the beginning, less people were getting them than the year prior. I think that gap kind of closed. But I also would keep an eye on that. This has a lot of information, which I will definitely share this with you. During a March 4th House Ways and Means Committee hearing, Frank Bisignano, Social Security Administration Commissioner and IRS CEO, said filers claiming new tax breaks were already seeing average refunds that were $775 higher last year. I don't know how he's getting that data, because that's not what the IRS data says, but, you know. These returns have included the new Schedule 1A, which feeds into individual tax returns and covers Trump's new deductions for tip income. Got it. At the same time, lawmakers' nicknames for the Big Ugly Bill provisions don't reflect how they work. For example, the so-called no tax on Social Security provision does not change how benefits are taxed and can be claimed even if you're not receiving Social Security. I don't understand that. I don't really get that. It doesn't make any sense. White House spokesman Kush Desai, isn't he a terrible person, I think, told CNBC in an emailed statement that the president has delivered on his pledge. Okay, well, that's just all stupid stuff. Let's see. Tax refunds can be a popular... Okay, that's just recounting what's already happened. All right. So I will link this because it also has different information on tax treatments of different things. So that's why I wanted to make sure I included this article. Dems build and GOP destroys. That's right. That's absolutely right. You're absolutely correct. And, you know, kind of going back, like, this is like feeds into this whole tax policy and the fact that you are not actually creating more wealth in this country is mind-boggling to me, that people aren't paying attention to the fact that the Big Ugly Bill just cemented certain things like corporate tax rates and didn't actually improve the lives of, you know, low-income, middle-income Americans. So I'll include some more data about that. But then I was thinking, okay, so as I said before, part of humanity always seems to be, well, actually, I should say, that this what swirls around the end game for me is kind of the promotion of white supremacy, the promotion of male dominance, white male dominance and patriarchy, lack of accountability, privatization, procreation, trad-rad, you know, like promoting all of these things and encouraging that kind of I don't know, kind of indoctrination, I guess. And I do think that there, like I said earlier, there is this part of humanity that always seems just completely fated to try and push their will on others and try and create power structures. And what's risen up over time are things like the manosphere, you know, a little late, but oh, hi, Dan, how are you doing? I'm just kind of struggling through I should probably just like talk and not do this because I'm so bad at this. All right, I'll just read it. Anyway, I think about the manosphere. Like years ago, I noticed this channel called Modern Man Dating, and it literally is like a sex tourism thing where these guys teach each other about how to go overseas and take advantage of women, basically, and live without accountability for taking advantage of said women, and you know, and just kind of just like live with impunity, if you will. And that seems to have grown out. I noticed that guy emerging, the Theo Vaughns and the Aiden Rosses, who are like the kind of the incel manosphere um, TV hosts. So they had a role to play to kind of push the grievance of men against primarily women. Gamergate has been exhaustively talked about as where some of this rises up and where it kind of has its genesis. And then I remember people I used to follow, like Jared Jackass Jackson, who was that weird guy from Oklahoma who got hooked up with like Lynn Wood and Mike Flynn, and he was like a man's rights advocate in kind of the Midwest, and he became kind of an operative for them. And it's just, when you think about the messaging of these different movements, the trad rad, the incel, the kind of libertarian or whatever, you can see how all of these personalities have emerged and been promoted by a lot of the same people to talk to these different groups and to create that kind of like, you've got to be angry. You've got to be angry about this. And I think it actually did go back to the Me Too movement. I really remember vividly when Me Too started to really get talked about and the Weinstein stuff came on. I was like, oh, this is great. There's like accountability, and we're going to have, we're talking, we're having serious conversations about how we treat each other and how, how power structures work and blah, 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 blah. And what I watched was like this complete, backlash against anyone who was standing up for the Me Too movement. And it felt very hard at certain points to even, it was almost like a third rail. Like you couldn't admit being part of the Me Too movement because somehow it became this kind of weaponized thing. And not that it ever stopped me from talking about it, but I can see where there was a real distinct and orchestrated effort to tamp down and diminish and discredit any voice that was speaking out in favor of Me Too. And, certainly justice could plod along. It's not that it stopped all the justice from happening, but it really stopped the conversation. And it really felt like a definite backlash of kind of like, boom, you need to kind of, so's Maple Leaf on backpack. I think that you can really, I felt it at the time, and I was like, wow, this is really interesting that people are having such a negative reaction to, to the Me Too movement, which I think is intended to kind of free people from this and to really acknowledge the hurt that has been done. And a good thing. Similar to when I was in the working world and sexual harassment policies really became much more prevalent. Because I started working in 1986, and there was no sexual harassment policy in 1986 that I knew about. And so I distinctly remember when those policies started to be implemented and the reaction to those too, like, oh my God, you can't even make a joke, kind of stuff. And I get that that's still the case, that there's still that feeling, but I think people do take it a little more seriously. And the fact that this is why I complain about racists, because it may not be that you think the words are hurtful, but maybe the person you're saying them to or about do think that the words are hurtful, and maybe they even tap into some generational trauma that is much more significant than just hurt feelings. So I think it makes perfect sense to me that we would, watch the way we speak about each other, to each other, and be mindful of the impact that words have on each other, because they do, and to some degree more and less others, right? So why not just opt for the, your kind of stature or not stature, but your attitude of, I'm not gonna use that as a weapon. So I don't know. I just feel like that's something that has been blown through. And that's why, again, when I listen to incels on the internet and they really want to use the N-word and they really don't understand why they're policed against using it. And inevitably the theme comes through that the people who use those words just don't feel that they are using them in a bad way, and nobody should like get on their case about it. They don't want to be policed about the way they use their language because freedom or something. Of course, they don't want freedom for everybody, right? Because you can't be gay or you can't be transgender or any of that, because, or you can, but you would need to keep it inside your house and not like be around anybody. So I think there's, and I'm not giving anybody a break. It's not like ignorance is an excuse, because it isn't. It's just another coping mechanism. And they do know. Otherwise, you wouldn't use those words to hurt people's feelings unless you thought that they were, negative. So I don't know, call them bullshit on that. Let's see. Oh yeah. And the Silk Road incels, I think about them, I think about like when I watch the libertarian, presidential, whatever it was in 2024, what did they have? Like was their nominating I don't know. Well, anyway, they had their big libertarian thing, and the whole push during that event was letting this Silk Road guy off, right? Release Russ or Ross or whatever his name is. I can't remember his name. But that was the big push there. And I was like, that's odd. And now it kind of, in retrospect, it makes sense, because I think also part of the how we got here is this whole group, of incels that are, some are libertarian, some are just flirting with libertarian because they're really too lazy to get engaged in any kind of ideology that has a name. They just kind of like, I just feel like I feel, they're just listening to people on the internet kind of thing. So I feel like that's like this big group that's part of it. You've got the manosphere, you've got those, and you've got your trad rads, you've got your Mike's Little Johnson and other people, and this new push for young people to be like, get married, have babies, especially if you're white. In fact, only if you're white. And even with freedom to say whatever, why would you want to? If well, but see, that's my thing, Max, right? Like there truly is kind of a indignance about being asked not to say things because they would be hurtful. That's almost like the flex is that, well, I get to say them if I want to, because whatever, I'm an asshole. I don't know. I guess they want to be assholes. I'm not sure. And then you've got the tech bros. I was thinking about the tech bros. They want to live forever. They're bored. Mountain head, all of that. What was this that I got? I'm not even sure. Oh, this is... I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna learn how to fly. That's right. I forgot. That was my theme song for the billionaires. You like it? Oh my God. Sorry, I don't know why I wanted to do that. Venture capital, private equity, the dollar, the toothpaste. I don't know, all of it. I think about all the groups that want to fuck with all that shit. The venture capitalists, the private equitarians, the people who want to mess with the dollar. I'll still never understand that. I don't even understand it. Yeah. And then, so... And I do think about how does this work? How did we get to a point where we literally have a regime that is absolutely hell-bent on destroying things and creating this utopia for assholes kind of stuff? Oh yeah, I forgot about the hard-ass Catholics. I was thinking about all the groups that benefit from this type of regime. The corporations, banks, hard-ass Catholics. I'm thinking of the real hard-ass Catholics. And I don't think we can ignore, as part of the how we got here, I don't think we can ignore the fact that the Epstein files, as one of the major scandals that involve very, very powerful people, which also leads me back to the Pandora Papers and those types of things that I felt were completely ignored. that the fact that so many administrations over time, I still can't quite get over that so many administrations ignored the Epstein files. And I don't really understand. I don't have a good answer as to why. Or if that's true. I mean, I'm assuming that there was some knowledge of the information within the Epstein files that would help keep people, or that would hold people accountable. And yet clearly there was no desire to really take up that mantle, right? And I'm very shocked by that. And it's hard to, you always get that accusation from chuds too. Well, why didn't Biden do it? Or why didn't so-and-so or Clinton or whoever? And I'm like, well, not Clinton, but why didn't Obama do anything about it? I'm like, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. Except for to think that the people in power, regardless of party, thought of that as a third rail, and thought of that as too close to the sun in terms of taking out really big players in the world power structure. And I don't think we have enough answers on that. I actually think I would like to hear more from people about why did that particular set of cases get so pushed aside? And to this day, there's like this plausible deniability that other administrations have that nothing could have been done about this. I don't know. It's just, there's something really fucked up about that. And I can't quite, they're charismatic. The charismatic are like the evangelicals. Yeah. Charismatic aren't Catholic. Oh, that's probably true. Let's see. Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to read this because I found this article from April 3rd, actually. After the release of the Epstein files, why have there been so few arrests? And this is really a question that I kind of want to understand. So I thought maybe this article would help us. Let's see. All right. In the more than 2 months since the Department of Justice released its latest batch of files on the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, prosecutors have not brought any new charges based on the documents, despite federal lawmakers on both sides of the aisle continuing to demand accountability. The more than 3 million pages of documents include accusations by alleged victims of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's abuse and thousands of emails and photos showing Epstein associated with prominent figures. The files indicate that many of these people maintained contact with the disgraced financier long after he pled guilty in 2008 to sex crimes that involved minors. Appearing in the files is not necessarily an indication of criminal wrongdoing. Oh, okay. Thanks, Catherine. I'll get right on it. The release of the Epstein files came after Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which forced the Justice Department to make public all documents it held related to Epstein. Epstein died in prison about a month after a 2019 arrest on sex trafficking charges. Maxwell was convicted on sex trafficking charges in 2021 and is serving a 20-year sentence. Since the release of the files in 25 and 26, there have been no related arrests in the U.S. However, the disclosures have led to some resignations and other reputational repercussions for some high-ranking Americans. What? The lack of arrests in the U.S. contrasts to the fallout in the U.K., where investigators have pursued charges related to corruption, not sexual abuse, in their dealings with Epstein. Two former government officials, former Prince Andrew and ex-ambassador Peter Mandelson, were arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he is now known, has denied wrongdoing and has not been formally charged. Mandelson has also not been charged, and lawyers for Mandelson have said that the arrest was prompted by a baseless suggestion. That wasn't me standing in my underwear with a teenager. In the U.S., top Justice Department officials have said that they found no evidence compelling enough to pursue further charges related to Epstein, and that the public can make their own assessments based on the disclosed documents. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. And I don't know why anyone in this country thinks that's the right answer. How dare you? You have a law enforcement agencies that have had access to these documents and now have no excuse not to have access to these documents, and they will investigate nothing. They will investigate nothing. I just think I don't understand that. Tradcath Works, my intro to charismatics. Oh, comes from Dave Troy. Yeah, we love Dave. You know who knows all about that shit, man, is Jay Rance. I'm telling you right now. She's our Catholic whisperer, as far as I'm concerned. She's my Catholic expert. She knows all the shit. Or vegano adjacent. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is there something different from in Catholicism? Is there Opus Dei, but then there's something different that's trad Catholicism, but it's not Opus Dei? I don't really quite. Is vegano Opus Dei? Jay Rance would know. Can we assume Blanche is in the files? I don't know. I think we can until they're released. Well, I think Turd Blanche, is hell-bent on protecting his man. I think that's what it is. Like, Turd is just a good servant. I don't know what he does, but I think he is literally, whatever Justice Barrett, yeah. Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah, I can't remember what she's called. I can't remember that. But it is different from the Opus Dei, right, obviously. She's Catholic? Is she Catholic? I don't even know. Vegano. Yeah, I think Vegano is Opus Dei. Are there reactionary rightists who aren't Federalist Society members? Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know the answer to that question. I would imagine there are, because they're probably people that don't want to belong to anything kind of thing, or you know what I mean? Like they don't jive with those guys. I'm not sure though. In a statement to NPR, the Justice Department said that there have not been additional prosecutions beyond Epstein and Maxwell because there's not been credible evidence that their activities extended to Epstein's network. However, if prosecutable evidence comes forward, the Department of Justice will, of course, act on it, as we do every day in sexual trafficking and assault cases across the country. Oh, so in other words, no, we're not going to investigate it. Yeah. On Thursday, President Dump announced that Attorney General Pam Bondi is out at the top job at the Justice Department. She's only going to get a promotion somewhere else. Can we stop acting like this was some kind of victory? Because frankly, Turd Blanche is no better. Ed Martin, even worse. You know, like, they're just switching out Nazis. Yes, there are reactionary conservative Catholics who may not be. Yes, of course. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just trying to think of where they align or where they're, but I don't know enough about that world to say one way or the other. Following bipartisan criticism of her handling of the Epstein files. NPR asked 4 former prosecutors and 1 former law enforcement officer why there may not have been enough evidence to levy additional charges. Here's what they said. Prosecutors must prove to a jury that a person committed a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, according to Barbara McQuaid, a professor at the University of Michigan Law School. One of the biggest misconceptions people have is how difficult it is to charge and convict someone for a criminal case, said McQuaid, who served as the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Michigan. Well, okay. Why don't we ask Alex Acosta? I don't know. There's another person I think we need to hear from. A prosecutor's ethical responsibility is to charge cases only if they believe there is enough evidence for conviction, McQuaid said. Documents, including emails, jokes, and even plane itineraries, can be a place to start, but alone, they are not enough to prove guilt, McQuaid said. What you would need is rock-solid evidence. I don't agree with that. I don't think that sexual assault cases rely on rock-solid evidence. That's just not the nature of a sexual crime. Okay? I'm sorry. You can't charge someone for a crime without sufficient evidence, and I have yet to see evidence of a crime involving an Epstein associate that has gone uncharged. Oh, my God. Based on his understanding of the case, Paul Butler, a professor at Georgetown Law, said he agreed that prosecutors who investigated Epstein's alleged associates may have believed that they couldn't persuade a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. He said problems with witness credibility or certain forensic evidence can prevent a case from moving forward. But nobody's investigating the financial crimes, so there's nowhere for us to be like, and there's nowhere to go. In the UK, the two people arrested are being. What about the fact that you could look at the deal that Alex Acosta made and reverse course based on some of the way that was handled? I don't really understand. In the UK, the two people arrested are being investigated on suspicion of misconduct in public office. McQuaid said the U.S. does not have a single equivalent federal law. Well, but their misconduct in public office is also around state secrets and trade secrets being shared with external parties. So there is an U.S. equivalent. It's called treason. Maybe not. I'm not a lawyer. Barb is. It's okay. Instead, the U.S. prosecutes public corruption through statutes that focus specifically on crimes such as bribery and extortion. After the release of the latest files, British police began investigating Andrew's correspondence with Epstein when Andrew was a UK trade envoy. At that time, Andrew allegedly shared government itineraries, investment plans, and notes from official foreign trips with Epstein. The information may have been covered by the United Kingdom's Official Secrets Act. Similarly, Mandelson has been accused of passing confidential government information to the late sex offender when Mandelson was a UK cabinet minister. Meeting the burden of proof. Victim statements are essential for establishing basic elements such as the time frame of events required to build sexual assault cases, said Diane Goldstein, a retired police lieutenant from California and the executive director of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. But a victim may be reluctant to come forward because of fear of retaliation, not believing the police can help, believing it is a personal matter, or not wanting to get the perpetrator in trouble. McQuaid noted that in some sex trafficking cases, especially those in which the perpetrator is in a position of power, victims may experience intimidation or threats that prevent them from speaking out. Victims also may be hesitant to move forward with allegations because they fear having to testify at trials where defense attorneys may attempt to poke holes in their allegations, McQuaid said. Goldstein said that for sex crimes cases to advance, investigators need to follow certain policies and procedures. If you don't have a legitimate police investigation to start, you're not going to get any type of criminal filing, Goldstein said. Prosecutors may have considered pursuing charges of criminal conspiracy related to sex trafficking against people associated with Epstein, said Jessica Roth, a professor at Cardozo School of Law. FBI documents in the files relating to its investigation into Epstein's crimes identify certain people as co-conspirators. But Ankush Kardori, a senior writer and columnist at Politico magazine who worked as a federal prosecutor on financial fraud cases, told NPR those identifiers are not formal accusations and are simply part of interim documents. The FBI does not determine who is a co-conspirator, Kardori said. That is a legal judgment that prosecutors make. But for those conspiracy cases, criminal intent in particular is difficult to establish, said Roth, who worked as a federal prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York for 7 years. Criminal conspiracy charges would require knowledge and intent on the part of each individual who was charged, Roth said. If a person who's communicated with Epstein had some suspicion that he was engaged in illegal activity, that alone would not be sufficient evidence to press charges. Yeah, but it would be sufficient evidence for an investigation. I hate this. Investigators may have considered charges related to tax violations, McQuaid, but the statute of limitations has likely ended on those cases, she said, meaning that prosecutors can no longer bring charges. How fucking convenient, right? How fucking convenient. Hi, Jay. How you doing? Jay Rance. Vigano is not OD. Sorry, I was behind. Happy Monday, driving around and listening. Thank you, Jay Rance. You're my Catholic whisperer. Be careful. Drive safely. Let's see. Legal experts say the haphazard way the documents were released and redacted makes it difficult for the public to understand why no additional charges have been filed. Roth, the Cardozo law professor, said the information is in isolation without the appropriate context. We'll see an individual photograph that looks perhaps incriminating. We'll see an email that looks incriminating, but we don't necessarily have everything that was said before and after that email and that exchange. That's true. One document that could explain why no charges were pursued, according to Butler, is a heavily redacted DOJ memo naming potential co-conspirators of Epstein. The parts that should indicate why the department declined prosecution on any alleged co-conspirators other than Ghislaine Maxwell are redacted, said Butler, the Georgetown law professor and former Fed. Why would you do that? Butler said those redactions are unusual because they do not appear to follow the permissible reasons for redactions in the Epstein documents. Those reasons include confidentiality for alleged victims or anything that would compromise an ongoing investigation, which they said there weren't any. When the Justice Department grudgingly releases information when pressed by politics or forced by Congress, it also creates the impression that they have something to hide. Butler said that there's a cover-up. That's it. Yeah, so I'm real sorry. I get that. I understand there needs to be sufficient evidence. It is not just, and it's a very good point that taking things in isolation is not the full picture. My criticism is that show us that the investigations, like I'm stuck on the fact that the FBI interviewed and made determinations about, I think, the Katie Johnson case as late as 2020 in like January, February, which if that information, I don't know. I just am, I'm so confused as to why we can't actually do anything to right the ship. I think that's a bullshit response. And I'm just, it makes me so angry that we're in this place where, you know, I'm sorry, if you just don't get justice. And in fact, you don't get justice, and people like Apollo Capital Management and Leon Black, they just keep going on. Les Wexner, he just keeps going on. Richard Kahn just keeps going on. Darren Indike just keeps going on. If you didn't listen to the Darren Indike and Richard Kahn, who is the lawyer and accountant, respectively, for Jeffrey Epstein and the estate, right? So still involved in Epstein stuff, okay? Made a payment to survivors right before Richard Kahn gave his deposition. There were payments authorized to settle. You know, so I'm sorry, but when I listened to those guys, they were lying about what they knew and what they didn't know. They described and were cornered on all the payments that they had made to women, to girls, and they slithered out of every question. And I'm just like, I can't understand why those guys are enjoying a much nicer life than all of us, and they are fine, and probably nothing's going to happen. Because there's not enough evidence, because nobody investigated it. That's why. That's why there's no evidence, because at the time everything came through, nobody investigated anything with any diligence. And I still go back to the 2008 deal negotiated by Alan Dershowitz, who also was credibly charged with raping a child, and his sweetheart deal with Alex Acosta to take away almost 34 counts of solicitation or harm, basically, to a minor, to leave them with 2 counts, one for a person over 18, one for a person who was under 18 at the time, but then act like they're prostitutes, and that he was soliciting prostitution from these 2 people. That's what Alex Acosta agreed to with Alan Dershowitz. And I'm sorry, like, that has to be under scrutiny, but nobody wants to do it. And frankly, it's probably gonna fade away because nobody cares, because they want to protect each other. And that is something I learned in corporate after at least 12 years in corporate, that when you're in that world, people do a lot of shitty stuff to protect powerful people, mostly men, mostly white men. And I'm fucking sick of it. I got pushed out of my corporation because I was a single mom. I got pushed out of my career. And so I've been a victim of it. And I'm sick of it. And it fucked my life. probably need to go to a sanitarium. I think I need to check myself in. It's too much. I can't handle it. Okay. Anyway, oh yeah, what does Jamie Dimon know? Jamie took over at Goldman Sachs after what's his name left Epstein and all the dealings and stuff like that. But Jamie Dimon did know what was happening with Jeffrey Epstein, and he has said nothing, and has pretended like he didn't know what Jess Staley did when he was in trouble. He didn't know any of that. So I want to know, what does he know, and when did he know it? Who's keeping the Epstein network running, if it is? And then watching Mandelson and Andrew and Michael Jeffries, who is the former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, who was handpicked by Les Wexner, also a partner of Jeffrey Epstein in his many, many dealings. Michael Jeffries is now going to face charges of an international sex trafficking ring. Hi, TJ. How are you? He's facing charges for an international sex trafficking ring, and was maybe not necessarily part of Epstein's world with Wexner, but he was Wexner's kind of male model Epstein, right? In many ways. So that I do have, let's see, I have a story here. Because I wanted to look at what's the latest on Michael Jeffries. And so this is from, when is this? March 24th. Ex-Abercrombie and Fitch Michael Jeffries appears in a Long Island courtroom to attend a hearing to determine his mental fitness. Yeah, to see if he can stand trial. This fucking dick. This fucking piece of shit. Former Abercrombie and Fitch CEO Michael Jeffries appeared confused and had a shuffling gait. I hate men. Let me tell you how much I hate men. Oh my God. The weakness and the using. Men use people all the fucking time. And tremors during a 2023 cognitive assessment that resulted in a diagnosis of dementia. A clinical neuropsychologist testified Tuesday at a pretrial hearing to determine Jeffrey's mental fitness to stand trial on charges he sex trafficked victims. Dr. Jacqueline Valdez, testified for Jeffrey's defense that she twice accessed him, twice, in 2023 and earlier this year, and agreed with the doctor's opinion that he had a major neurocognitive disorder or dementia, probable Alzheimer's, and Lewy body dementia. There was evidence in 2023 of cognitive impairments, and he was confused, Valdez said, which included issues with learning, memory, executive functions, and problem with shifting gears. There was evidence in 2023 of cognitive impairments. He was confused. Oh, yeah, okay. Valdez also noted that he has physical abnormalities that she said relate to a shuffling gait, had difficulty raising from a chair, and had tremors. Jeffries was also acting out his dreams, Valdez said, and was experiencing hallucinations and some delusional thinking. He was once found sitting in the next door neighbor's yard in his underwear, Valdez said. Jeffries, 81, of West Palm Beach, Florida, attended Tuesday's hearing in federal court in Central Islip. Jeffries, with thick white hair and clad in a suit, sat at the defense table with his lawyers and did not appear to visibly react to the testimony. His adult son sat in the first row of spectators. Jeffries, who was initially deemed unfit to stand trial, was found to be competent after a month-long court-ordered evaluation at the Federal Medical Center in Butner, North Carolina last year, but his lawyers disagreed. Of course. Valdez said there was evidence that Jeffrey's condition had begun in 2013 when an MRI showed a mild atrophy or a shrinking of the brain. A 2018 brain scan taken after Jeffries fell in South Africa and experienced a traumatic brain injury that induced bleeding of the brain also showed atrophy, Valdez said. At the time of the fall, doctors had concerns about Jeffrey's alcohol use as he was drinking in the hospital, according to medical records. But later testing showed his liver was functioning normally and he did not appear to have alcohol-related dementia. God. In 2025, they just are working so hard. They're working so hard to keep people out of prison. It's really fucking mind-blowing. Really mind-blowing. Her testimony comes on the first day of a pretrial hearing to help U.S. District Judge Nusrat Choudhury determine whether Jeffries will stand trial later this year. Jeffries has pled not guilty to federal charges of sex trafficking and interstate prostitution. Prosecutors say Jeffries, his romantic partner, and a third man used the promise of modeling jobs to lure men to drug-fueled sex parties in New York City, the Hamptons, and other locations. The charges echoed sexual misconduct accusations made in a civil case and the media in recent years. Jeffries left Abercrombie in 2014 after more than 2 decades at the helm. His partner Matthew Smith has also pled not guilty and remains out on bond, as has their co-defendant James Jacobson. And really important to know, Jeffries was handpicked by Les Wexner to run Abercrombie & Fitch, which is part of Les Wexner's companies, the L brand. So there's a theme. Hi, Neil with an A. There's a theme. How do you get booze in the hospital? Well, if you're Michael Jeffries, you probably know how to do it because he's a bazillionaire. So yeah. So that's the update on Michael Jeffries. But just the sheer, like, this to me is the most glaring example of the protection racket that we have gotten ourselves to, where this protection racket now is solid and it is not going away and it is not sneaking through. Thank goodness for disinformation, which I also talk about today, that disinformation took hold in this country and never looked back. And now we really have to just live with it. We can't even combat it, per se. We can just live with it. Again, because of, just like in the Me Too movement, the minute there was pushback on anti-disinformation or something like that, the bad people got up in arms and said, no, you can't do that. You're stifling, you're censoring our speech. And now we can't have nice things. So I definitely think disinformation is really part of this story. Oh my God, I watched this movie. Okay, I watched this movie called Blink Twice on, I think it was on HBO. And it's like an Elmo Epstein character played by Channing Tatum. And he is like this tech billionaire who has apps and all kinds of shit. Really kind of like like an Elmo, but then he's got this island, right? Oh, good morning, Oren. Oh, he's screeching live now. Okay, well, we'll go to him in a minute. But this movie called Blink Twice, I don't actually recommend it, but I did watch the entire thing. And I tend not to watch like sexual violence movies because I get triggered by them, so I tend not to watch. But I did actually watch this one. It does have scenes of violence, so from that standpoint, I really urge caution. But to me, it really captured what I'm trying to convey, which is there are people in the world who desire so much to have power over others, and they are seeking ways to do that and not get caught. And for example, in this film, Blink Twice, what the Elmo Epstein guy does is get people to an island and drug them, and they're violently abused while they're drugged. And they literally forget anything that might have happened because of this drug and then continue the next day. And then it happens again, and it happens again, and it happens again. And then I won't tell you the ending, but it, whatever. But my point is that there is this victimization, this victimizing of people by these powerful, in this case, men, and a support of a woman that is really, it's just a very interesting. It's just a very interesting treatment of the relationship dynamics that I think we see in play today, and the fact that you would do whatever you could to cover up the bad deeds of someone who's powerful or has money or resources and all that. Oh, he's telling a long screed. Okay, great. He's making a screed. Anyway, Blink Twice. I can't say that I totally recommend it because it was a little violent, but it's very interesting. It really stayed with me. So yeah, I just thought it was really interesting. And it really kind of hits home with the whole thing that I'm talking about, which is like male dominance, white male dominance, survival of the patriarchy. Like I said, the Me Too movement scared the hell out of people, and the backlash was really swift and really, really deep. It grew an incel base, which incel is the abuse of a positive trope in lesbian culture from way back when, where it was involuntary celibate, or so I don't have all the lore, but we've talked about it in Discord, and Bobo, my daughter, has better information on it than I do. But incel really became that now it's like a pejorative for like male kind of Gamergate kind of, don't tread on me, don't read to me, don't tase me, don't, or whatever the other, don't do anything to me, leave me alone. And it comes back to wanting to be absolved of all sin. That like, I distinctly remember hearing like incel libertarian type chuds, if you will, speaking about, well, all drugs should be legal because people shouldn't be held back. You should just sell drugs in a candy store kind of thing, and then let people make their choices. And that's really that when that person made that statement, it really struck home for me that that's what the desire is. They just don't want to be held back, right? They don't want to be held down by rules or things like that. I don't know. It's a bunch of petulant children, as far as I can tell. And although there isn't one actual cabal, although maybe there is, I don't know, there might be. There are shared interests that result from, all of this, keeping each other protected and kind of away from any kind of, problems. And it's made up, I think what it is a collection of like institutions and operatives and funders, and they all are untouched. And there's one thing I had in here that I really wanted to. I talk a little bit about Paul Rayrich, but I wanted to talk about, what is it? Well, okay, I want to talk about existing in silos, because I think this is one of the things where the media misses out, because the media doesn't seem to talk about the connective tissue between these things. I mean, they kind of got close when they started talking about Project 2025 and, the rise of MAGA and what we were going to face. So there was a little more acknowledgement, but I think most of the time we talk about, AI is building a lot of data centers, and what we don't talk about is how whatever actions Lee Zeldin takes, or Doug Burgum, or Chris Wright, who's the energy secretary, that those actions are part and parcel with people like in the AI industry in terms of creating more pressure on the earth, more pressure on economics and other things. So there's not the connective tissue being talked about, I believe, in the mainstream media, so that people really understand that there's some symbiotic relationships that exist and that need to be addressed. One of the things I wonder too is, as we approach midterms, do the Democrats have the policies lined up, the bills written to reverse and unpack some of the shit that's been done? Like, how does that work? And what will they be doing? You know what I mean? Like, what will they do? I lost my train of thought. Okay. It's okay. So I think that the press does not talk enough about how these things are working together and kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of losing my, I just can't do a script. I should really not try to do a script. So let's just keep going. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I'm probably boring you. Do you want me to just go to Trump? Is that what you want? Because I'm happy to do that. Let me see. I don't know. I shouldn't try to do this kind of stuff. It's just not my thing. I have all these thoughts, but it's not my thing. Oh well. Where is he? Wow, it's funny that. Oh, here we go.
We're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the President who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the President can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities, and because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the President asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This President is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis,
Wow.
and I'm grateful that this successful
That's-
mission has given the American people
That's ballsy, John.
a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest.
You want to know why he's not afraid to make the hardest decisions? Because he doesn't know what those decisions result in. Because his life is never in danger. It isn't. I don't care about Butler. Let's talk about it. I'd like to talk about the Hungarian uncovered plot by the Russians to do a false flag assassination attempt on Orban. Sounds awfully familiar to Butler. So, I'm sorry. I'm going to call bullshit, John. I don't think this guy acts in the best interest of anyone but himself.
And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind.
Oh, give me
We
a
will come for you.
fucking break.
Thank you.
Give me a fucking break. He'll leave plenty of people behind. Maybe the people who work for them wouldn't. Thank you, Neil. That's John Ratcliffe. That's the head of the CIA. Former director of national intelligence in the first administration. Probably going to take on the director of national intelligence when they get rid of Tulsi. Because everybody can have two jobs. Well, we're going to go back to my stuff.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration with the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence.
Is he saying that they shot people who were trying to get to the soldier? Is that what he's trying to say? I don't think that detail came out. Just saying.
In uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it. None of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops.
We haven't
God
won.
bless President
Okay,
Trump.
We haven't won anything.
And God bless the United States of America.
We haven't won a bloody motherfucking thing. And guess
Good
what? I
afternoon,
don't want to
everyone.
win.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress
Better
the
not.
importance,
Right,
as
Sammy?
the
Come
President
on, Sam.
said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force, comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King IIs, HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always
this was my
bring you
speech
home.
anyway.
Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits.
I agree.
The crew
No,
sustained
Pat. This
minor
is the one we
injury,
should have
and
heard
they are
first.
going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission, get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon.
Well
As I
placed.
said, and the nation needs to know this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage,
unnecessary
skill,
if we had never
and
gone
tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with
But
the
we rule the
backseater,
skies.
we learned, as the president
that
said,
sky.
that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were
we
able
used
to
their
get
air
eyes
tag.
on his location and positively ID him.
We used the Find
Throughout
My
this
app.
entire
Find My
time, the
Soldier.
enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force
sound.
continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in
No.
Iran and the enemy's search for a second
it's to
time
kill
on
people.
Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander
that.
and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again,
Exactly,
this came
no
to the
way.
President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much
He is so
larger
stupid,
force
right?
package based
so
on the time
stupid,
that the enemy
Jing Jing.
had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again,
Hey,
this
raisin
force was
concerns?
protected by
I would just start
A-10
drinking that
Warthogs
gin.
using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and, more importantly, being prepared for multiple, simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others.
Jane,
The force fought through multiple simultaneous
Jane. They've reached the Fonzie water skiing in a leather jacket moment. Jumping the shark. Oh, fuck. But I love, because jump the shark is really a great saying, but I love the addition of they've reached their Fonzie water skiing in a leather jacket.
contingencies, something no other nation, no other
I'm also
military
high, but
can
that's pretty
do,
funny.
and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local
Don't act
Eastern
like a hero,
time,
Billy.
Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and back seater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service
obligation,
members.
most
We leave
wonderful,
no one behind. Bless you.
revered,
It also
brave.
perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by,
Martika.
and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may do. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud in every one of them. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability of the United States of America will recover anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. Every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the Department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you. Thank you for the forces and their families. And lastly,
ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Was that what you
And
said?
we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq
Just
to
take some
find out with the greatest
questions.
equipment in the world.
I wanna hear you
why
put on
it
the
would take
spot.
4 years. And he told me, sir, it
Is this the
won't.
Pentagon press
It'll
corps?
take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete,
It's been
all I
10
can
minutes.
say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. I said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you?
Who?
I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice.
Who?
These two guys are fantastic.
These two guys
and
are
John
fantastic.
Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, it was 40 miles away.
Well,
And he said,
I
you know,
hope they
we're
have
seeing
fun
something
sitting next
moving
to
up
you
in
at
the mountain.
Nuremberg 2.0,
This is at night.
because that's coming.
And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not
Hi,
specifically.
Stephanie.
That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes,
I don't
please.
think we need him anymore.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have two quick
Get
questions,
him
Mr.
out.
President.
That is not a fucking journalist. Okay? You are not a fucking journalist if you stand up and go, thank you, Mr. President. You're so great. You're not a journalist.
What
Get the
was
fuck
your
out.
reaction when
Idiot.
you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot.
So he's saying that they should rise up against the regime that he's now negotiating with, who he says are the nicest ones, but the people should still rise up? I'm very confused. Because, and we're going to talk about Jared Kushner, okay? We're going to talk about why these negotiations even happened in the first place, okay? Because I am down with some of the rumors, frankly. Prove them wrong is what I say. But yeah, this is bullshit. Oops. Oh, where'd it go? There it went.
Immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed.
Filosa, please. You're right. Filosa, please. Good morning. 1, create conditions that lead to crisis. 2, fix aspects of crisis where possible. 3, whine. And then whine about it. I think that sounds absolutely correct. Filosa, please. How are you? Good morning.
You know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that. You know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this.
said
And, then
winning.
we're gonna, and if you don't do that, they say, I
I'm
have
sorry.
a plan.
I read whining.
These people know what the plan
Same
is.
difference.
Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, you know, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, 3 unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back,
Okay.
come back, come back. These are
He's
the...
hesitating. Well, he's lying. We know he's lying, so that's fine. He's lying, everybody. Everybody, he's lying. None of that is true. But also, the tell that I'm picking up is he hesitates. He hesitates when he's really lying and he's struggling to pick up what's the one thing I can plausibly, deniably say. You know what I'm saying? Like he literally is, the hesitation is definitely a tell. I love picking out his tells. I'm sorry. That's, again, it's like a parlor game for me. Unfortunately, it has terrible consequences, but you know what I mean.
People. I don't know what they do.
Cow.
All I can tell you is they
Telephone.
want freedom.
Computer.
They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had four...
Unlike here where you're, wait a minute. No. No, you get shot here too. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. So you shoot your own people too, by the way, sir. Yeah, you sure do. For protesting. Literally for protesting. Literally. Yeah.
400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused, and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh, my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr.
He thinks this is a video game. Like, literally, I think his shirt never arrived. I think you lucked out, Filosa, please. What was I saying? What the fuck is he babbling about? Yeah, wait.
Vast number of people.
He thinks this is a video game. Like, he literally treats life like it's either a television show, like that kind of run of show, or it's a video game. And it doesn't really, like, because he said very distinctly, I like people who don't get captured. Well, okay, I guess you could say that's why he likes these 2 guys that didn't get captured, but they're there because of you. We didn't even have to be there. There could be no airmen rescued from Iran if we didn't do this. There would be at least 14 more individuals who were serving in the armed forces who would still be alive today if this man didn't want to stop from going to prison because he raped children. Literally, this is why we're here. For him, it's because he doesn't want to go to prison because he raped children. So he has a vested interest in doing whatever anybody needs him to do in order to stay out of prison. Period. Full stop. That's it.
And then they said, oh my God, who would do that?
500 plus
And
without
they're
traumatic.
incredible
Yep.
people.
Mm-hmm.
But they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of a woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
somebody else within?
No,
your-
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important.
Wait, what? Wait, what did he just say? He said there were people in the military who weren't down with the operation. He's calling out his own staff and now potentially putting targets on their back because they disagreed. What? Oh my God.
They weren't. It would have had a
Oh
little
my
difficulty.
God.
But no, there were military people that said you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret. Mr.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these.
This is why he was quiet all weekend. I'm going to tell you right now, I would eat my hat if I'm wrong. They kept him off the air during the weekend because whatever little information he did know or stuff that he would make up would jeopardize the mission, period. So someone, Susie Wiles probably, kept him away from the motherfucking media all weekend. Because he would have fucked it up. Oh my God.
These people, it's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that they were gonna, that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking,
Well,
this could have completely changed.
So
the next
the
3
first
years.
one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody, we have goggles, I've tried them, they're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing
This
but
is
weapons.
why you didn't hear from him.
We took out their
He wasn't going to
anti-aircraft, which is
die.
great.
He just wasn't
We took
loose.
out their
He was
radar,
a
which
leaky
is great. We
faucet.
took out a lot, but they still have. You
Everyone
know what
else
hit
has
this
night
one
vision
was
goggles.
a shoulder,
Come on now.
handheld
Jurassic
shoulder
Park
missile,
shit?
heat-seeking
Child's
missile.
play.
So it's not like they're totally whatever, but and they have probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, I mean, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, What does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well, I
What's
think
your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. I mean, women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal,
Neil,
they would have
he's
had
just lying.
don't forget,
we
that
all
was a
know
path
that.
to a nuclear
We know
weapon.
everybody
Remember
has
this.
good technology.
He chose Iran over Israel. Pure and simple.
Believe it or not, there's more of us that actually don't believe the hype about America that is being portrayed outside of America right now. So just so you know, us Americans never have been, for the most part, never would be, for this hype of America's the most amazing country ever and we have all the nicest things. No, we've got a lot of problems, and there's a lot of poverty, and there's a lot of abuse, and there's a lot of racism, and we're just really, in fact, we're like one of the real award winners when it comes to the way we've systematized racism. Yeah, LOL, tell it to the Germans. Yeah, I mean, so we're not like, I mean, I'm sure that comes across, but we're just not that. I don't know a lot of people that are like that. I just don't. I don't know a lot of people that are like, rah, rah, America, American dream, blah, blah, blah. No, I just don't. That's not how I grew up. That's not my family. And it's not really people that I associate with. But I get it, but it's just not who we are. I don't know. Does that make sense? I was curious, so I looked it up. High-end night vision goggles cost $3,000 to $6,000 for consumer grade and $13,000 for military. So probably not sci-fi futuristic level stuff. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. So anyway, just for the record, I guess.
We know we're a mess. Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE.
Iran's
cash.
You
take a look.
That's
I
right.
can add Kuwait,
we
and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq
implanted.
and
No,
Iran.
that's his Neuralink talking. His Neuralink is talking. And now we get to see how it malfunctions. So
he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago, and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration.
No,
CNN
it's not.
said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so
It wasn't.
complete that
That's
they
what the
still haven't been able to
IAEA
get it.
said,
It was
liar.
obliteration. But if we didn't
Clearly
hit
it
them,
wasn't.
that was a courageous decision too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth
We did,
planes.
Stephanie, you're right.
And they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level. Either one of those
They're
two
probably
instances.
going to,
And
too,
if they
by the
did,
way.
in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished.
Nah.
Large portions of the Middle East
Nah.
would have been extinguished,
No,
whether
they
it's Saudi
wouldn't have.
Arabia,
That's a
Qatar,
lie.
UAE, or
It's
others.
based on nothing.
And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles.
Well, one
He
of
would
them
have
know
taken
about
them
that.
out also. And they were powerful.
God
If
dang.
I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road
Yeah.
to a nuclear weapon, a big one,
Oh,
unlimited,
yeah, we're going to
legally.
talk about that. We're going to talk
I
about Jared.
terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers.
He's part
and
of
I
the
did
end
one
game
other thing.
of
I
this.
had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil
They
genius.
just arrested Soleimani's daughter.
And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to
deporting her
knock
and her
out
daughter.
5 of our military bases.
Just so you know.
And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other,
I
but
think
this one was
Soleimani
not
was
picked
replaced.
up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the
Okay,
World Trade
well,
Center came down.
Let's see. Is there
So I
another
wish you'd read the
question?
book.
Media Network.
Have a
Sorry.
active, willing participant on the other side. They
I
would
know
like
they
to be able
do.
to make a
Dan,
deal.
it's
I
not
can't say
gonna
any more than
change.
that. But they're like-
They can't deny it.
Mr. President, you've listed the goals.
They're
Please,
into
go ahead.
You've listed
Thank
the
you, Mr.
goals.
President.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Diakur. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you
Look
don't
at
want the
Garrett.
Kurdish
Garrett
forces
hates
to enter
space.
Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away, or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and
Who
international
you with?
law.
Who you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you
see
concerned?
circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on with
concerned
it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said
He's leading.
47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Don't make
And
me
if
cry.
you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, you know, from
Whatever
a
that
policy standpoint, from a any which way you want to say, mentally,
so that
these
makes it
are
okay to
disturbed
break the
people.
law?
If you think I'm going
Is
to
that
allow
it?
them, and powerful
It makes
and
it
rich,
okay to break the law
to have
then?
a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating
Quiet,
international law.
quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has
That's
no
illogical,
credibility.
Bob.
The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great,
Yeah,
but
too much
they're running
Brojo.
on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
we've heard a range of those
Sure.
kind of messages. So are you? So which
What about
is
the
it? Are you
45-day
winding this
ceasefire?
down,
Can't tell you.
or are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical
Nobody's
period.
told me yet.
They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days.
They did? They asked for an extension of 7 days? Really?
10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person.
Oh my God.
They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants.
Oh my God.
Stone Ages, yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine.
Karen Diggs.
You can do that even just by saying we put
Jim
mines in
Nalgren.
the water. So it's
I know.
not like
I know, Jim.
the rest. We
He
can
doesn't
knock
care.
out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers
then
anymore.
why are we
but they
worried?
Put them on other boats, and they
Then
could
why
drop
are we
them. I'm not
worried?
even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe...
Wait, what? He's giving away all the little intricate little secrets. Not that I believe kids are carrying notes back and forth, but this is why we listen, kids, because these little gems of information.
World, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone.
Or look. When he says
the Middle East will be gone.
Then he lies.
And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO... I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning.
One time
when
I
appreciate
appreciate
UK
NATO
of
is
all,
when they don't support your fucking warmongering bitch ass.
And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win.
Bury the blood clot.
I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft
the
carriers,
blood
barely
clot.
work.
I said,
I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called
we're
the
almost
general.
done
He
with
didn't
this,
even
and then we're
want
going to go back
He
to
said, "We
my...
don't really
Now
need
it
them.
doesn't seem so boring.
We got the SS
tell that to the
Abraham
Lego
Lincoln, sir.
videos.
We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible.
I cannot.
But 10 years
it's on
ago,
the
that wouldn't
backside
have
of the
been.
moon.
That wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast.
Run, rabbit,
And
run.
out of the 101 missiles, we shot down
Right? I
all
can't remember the name of
101.
that.
We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my
Does it
choice,
take too
if I had my
much time?
choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the
Victor,
spoils.
yeah.
Go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the
we
Second
didn't
World
outwardly
War.
steal people's
We
stuff.
didn't have it with the
okay.
Second World War. We
just
helped
did it
rebuild
on
all
the
those
covert.
countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right?
He basically also just admitted that he's not going to share intelligence with our allies. He didn't know what victor. He couldn't remember that word. He just basically said that he is withholding intelligence from our allies. Listen to that statement. I have never in my 62 years of existence heard an American president say that about allies, like fucking France. Yeah, they're not sharing with us. Yeah, exactly. But this is bullshit. Like this is fucking dictator fucking bullshit fascism right here, bitch. I just can't with this, and I don't know. That's such an unsafe thing, it seems to me. I don't know. I could be wrong.
But to the victor belong the spoils.
To the victim belong the spoils?
We haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now, with Venezuela, and just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had together? They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible.
Oh, honey, it's happening as we
been an
fucking
incredible
speak.
situation. We
Okay,
went in,
bitch.
We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The
Come
general,
on, Barry.
Venezuelan general said, I was on that site.
I'm a
I said, I've never
businessman.
seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different. They were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came. And they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, We knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work, and there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside, and remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked at it and said, get the hell out of here. Thousands, we didn't have thousands, we had like 200 people. So, we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention. More so than, you're talking about two people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela, that was amazing. Now we have a very bad man in prison, they go to trial. He released, aside from the drugs which he was throwing, the bureau released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, predators, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe one or two more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Where's the mission accomplished banner?
Thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because God is good. Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These
Everyone
two guys
says
don't
that?
enjoy it. You know, people say, oh, boy.
What do you mean everyone says that about you, that you're enjoying it? Ooh, it sounds like that hit a little bit of a nerve with you. So I think it must have happened.
They're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars.
No, you haven't.
Nobody's ever done it.
No, he hasn't.
The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize.
She didn't.
She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person.
God,
really
it's
a
like
good
your
person.
drunk Uncle Chuck.
She said, no. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
They gave
I'm
me
an
the Nobel
atheist,
Prize.
and I know
President Trump
that God
ended
doesn't want
8
war.
wars. I
Yeah.
could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan,
Oh, wait.
where the Prime Minister
Thank
of
you, Tom.
Pakistan
Good
said
reminder.
President Trump saved from
These
30
hands are
to
really
50
dirty, but
million lives.
Maybe that's okay.
That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way. Okay.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Josh,
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges. You've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't
would
want to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge.
None of this could have
I believe
happened.
the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran.
None of this could have happened.
And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure?
Then why'd
No.
you do it?
It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20
90.
years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Mr. President, on NATO, you voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No,
Yeah,
no,
no, we
will not
don't.
help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very
please say
nice things
Canada.
about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump.
What?
And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they're all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish,
thank God.
Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person. But
he does like Mark.
He's got,
Jane,
and you know,
he
it all
likes
began
Mark.
with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Well, that kind of changes things with what I was going to talk about. But it makes me want to jump to my Jared stuff. Yeah. Now I feel like, well, we're still going to, this week we have some time to go over some other stuff, but I want to talk about some other things that are in the news closer to today. Where is it? It's all the way down here. Jared. So, I know, an odd finish, but that's not shocking, is it? It's not shocking to have that. It all began with Greenland. I want Greenland, and they said no, and now I'm bye-bye. Bye-bye. But you know what? One of the things he talked about was Jared. Oops, I should get the gin off the screen. Hold on. Let me get the gin off the screen. It's distracting. I don't know why Pig's Breath left without his gin, but here we are. Now we've got to put it away for him. Where is it? Where's my gin? Where's the gin? Damn it. Let me see if I can get to it this way. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. There it is. Bye-bye. So I saw this video this weekend, speaking of Jared, because Jared, I think, is an important part of why we're here, first of all, and the end game. I think Jared is a big player right now, at least, and has been, and probably will be, when it comes to why this regime is executing in the way that it is. And I saw this video go by, and I really felt like, oh, there's something really cheesy about this. Like, I'm not sure that it's good, well-sourced or any of that. But then a bunch of people have been replaying it and posting it. Even Joy Reid, who I trust to have vetted at least the information. But it really kind of caught my ear as a very good, I don't have Facebook, so I have to just listen to it and hope to God it works. But this piece has been floating around from an account on, I think, TikTok, probably. Perfect Union, More Perfect Union. So, yeah, he definitely went to Jared. So this to me is very telling. And this is stuff that people are aware of already. So there's no groundbreaking information in this. But I do appreciate how some of the information has been, how the connective tissue, again, is being talked about in this video, where you can think, you know, oh, there is a, you know, Kushner's playing a very strong role in why we're here right now. And so anyway, I found this interesting. I hope you do too. Oops.
Experience and trusted conflicts of interest. Steve and I call experience and trusted relationships.
In 1 month, the U.S. dropped more than 5,000 bombs on Iran and billed the American taxpayer over $30 billion to do it. And one name keeps coming up as responsible: Jared Kushner. But to understand how, you need to know about two key relationships. The first goes back to when Kushner was a teenager. Buried in a 2017 New York Times article is a detail that's stayed under the radar. When Benjamin Netanyahu used to stay in the United States, he would stay at the Kushner family home in New Jersey. Most diplomats meet foreign leaders at negotiating tables. Jared Kushner met Benjamin Netanyahu when Netanyahu was sleeping in his bed, forcing Jared to sleep in the basement. The second relationship is with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. MBS. And to understand that one, you need to know what happened the moment Kushner left Trump's first White House. He started a private equity firm called Affinity Partners to capitalize on his Middle East connections, despite having no experience in asset management whatsoever. So he went to the Saudi State Public Investment Fund and asked for money. And so the Saudi government Kushner had spent 4 years protecting wired him $2 billion. Kushner took that $2 billion in Saudi money to become the largest shareholder in Phoenix Holdings, Israel's biggest insurance company. Israel and Saudi Arabia used to be historic rivals, and yet Kushner, leveraging those Netanyahu and MBS relationships, said he wanted to open a, quote, investment corridor between Saudi Arabia and Israel. He is the corridor. Saudi money flowing through Kushner into the Israeli economy is the financial infrastructure of a new Middle East, recentered around Gulf Israeli ties. And every dollar that flows through it builds a region that doesn't want Iran at the table. Netanyahu actually said it out loud.
Saudi Arabia will have a lot to gain. I think all these countries around Iran are threatened by Iran, and I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens.
And then came the Iran negotiations this past February. Diplomats from Britain and Oman said a deal was close and that war could be avoided. But Kushner told Trump there was no chance of a deal and that Iran was about to attack the United States. The Pentagon briefed congressional staff the exact opposite, that Iran had no plans to strike the US. The Guardian reported that a diplomat with direct knowledge of the talks said Kushner was regarded as an Israeli asset, trying to drag the US into war. An Israeli asset who had Netanyahu sleeping in his childhood bedroom. Kushner's ideology was there long before the money was. What the money did was align financial interests perfectly with ideology.
I found that to be both reasonable because of what we know about Jared's involvement, but also fascinating. And just the, oh man, just the what we know about Steve Witkoff and his son and the business deals and the work with Saudi Arabia to and Israel to reshape, the Riviera of the, Riviera of the Middle East, if you will, and just it's just a power fucking money grab. And if it's true, I don't know about the corroborating reporting on Jared advising the president that Iran was about to break the negotiations or something that was more imminent in terms of influencing. I don't know about the veracity per se of that story. I'd like to do more digging on that to really find the reporting on it. But just the fact that the Tulsi Gabbard whistleblower report, which we still have not seen, which has been sat on now for, I think, almost a year, if not a year. But we all know it exists for some reason, right? So there is a whistleblower that implicates Jared as a foreign asset because of two people from a foreign nation speaking that was picked up as part of, an investigation or something like that from the Department of National, or the Director of National Intelligence. So that's the report that's been sitting there. I just feel that the smoking guns, given the fact that I don't have insight into some of the actual what is happening, but this what it's walking, the duck that it's walking like is that Kushner has a vested interest in this war continuing, and kind of pushing down, good morning, meowing, pushing down Iran on behalf of the Gulf states, really, and Israel. So, he's not America first, I guess, he's basically having American service people killed for his power money grab. And other people's power money grab too, not just his. But he's a very helpful little thing. So that I thought was terribly interesting. I pulled some other things on Jared as well. I just really feel like we need to know what's in that fucking whistleblower thing. And it's also, I think there's implications of Susie Wiles being somehow in touch with foreign nationals. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. We're going to go back to that. I also want to talk about Hungary because that's happening in the news now. But let's see. Oh, that's the economy. Here's Jared. Here's Jared. They went to Jared. I mean, I'm trying to pick up different stories about Jared in the first administration and the second administration and all the things he's been involved with. And this one just came up and I thought it was very interesting. SEC dropped probe shortly after company gave loan to Jared Kushner's family firm. This is from March of 2018 from the first Trump administration. This is when we had an SEC, actually. The SEC, and even they were bad. The SEC Commission late last year dropped its inquiry into a financial company that a month earlier had given White House advisor Jared Kushner's family real estate firm a $180 million loan. While there's no evidence that Kushner or any other Trump administration official had a role in the agency's decision to drop the inquiry into, drumroll please, Apollo Global Management. And who runs Apollo Global Management? Leon motherfucking Black. And where does Leon Black notoriously appear multiple times in compromising emails, etc.? The Epstein files. That's right. That's right, kids. So that's why this kind of caught my eye. The timing has once again raised potential conflict of interest questions about Kushner's family business and his role as an advisor to his father-in-law, Dump. The SEC detail comes a day after the New York Times reported that the Apollo's loan to the Kushner companies followed several meetings at the White House with Kushner. I think this was the one that Tom Barrack might have been involved with too. I could be wrong about that, but I think this might have been one of the Tom Barrack things. I suppose the best case for Kushner is that this looks absolutely terrible, said Rob Weissman, president of Public Citizen. Without presuming that there is any kind of quid pro quo, there are a lot of ways that the fact of Apollo's engagement with Kushner and the Kushner businesses in a public and private context might cast a shadow over what the SEC is doing and influence consciously or unconsciously how the agency acted. Apollo said in its 2018 annual report that the SEC had halted its inquiry into how the firm reported the financial results of its private equity funds and other costs and personnel changes. Apollo had previously reported that the Obama administration SEC had subpoenaed it for information related to the issue. So why didn't they subpoena him in relation to the Epstein? Whatever. God damn. The SEC, which often makes such inquiries of financial firms, didn't respond. Apollo said the company founder, Leon Black. Isn't it funny that they won't name him? No, he's an envoy. He's a special envoy. Hi, TV2. How are you, darling? Oh, it's so good to see everyone. Apollo said the company founder, Leon Black, also in the Epstein files very prominently, who met with Kushner, did not discuss with him a loan, investment, or any other business arrangement or regulatory matter involving Apollo. He didn't have to, idiots. We know that. We know how this works. We're not stupid. Oh my God. It added that the Kushner loan to refinance a Chicago skyscraper went through the standard approval process and that the founder was not involved in that decision. Yeah, I imagine he didn't. I imagine. No, he can't. He can't pass a background check. Yeah, because he's a fucking foreign agent for Israel. And Russia. And Epstein. No, I'm just kidding. Kushner Company said in a statement that the implication that the Kushner's position in the White House had affected the company's relationship with lenders is
without substantiation. Don't be mean to us. You can't do that. Peter Marijanian said, and wait, what? Abby Lowell. Why are you defending him? Why? He added that Kushner had no role in the Kushner Company since joining the government and has taken part in no part of any business, loan, or projects with or for the companies after that. So, now.
Yeah, Abby Lowell, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. Fuck yourself. God, choose better. Is he privy to class? Of course he's privy to classified information. He's fucking envoy. He's negotiating with fucking Iran, with whom we're in a war with. And he's negotiating with Russia, with whom we should be in a war with, but we're like friends now. I mean, make it make sense. I want to be an envoy. Yeah, I do too. Human being, how are you? It's so good to see you. What kind of classes? What do I need to take? Is there a community center class on that? Is there a learning center? Yeah. A learning company. What were those things that in your community, like you could, Learning Express or Junction or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, both lenders had important business before the federal government last year, according to lobbying records and regulatory filings. Both Apollo and Citigroup. Oh, wait a minute. According to the Times report, Kushner also met with the CEO of Citigroup while at the White House early last year. Property records show that Citigroup lent $325 million in March to Kushner companies and two partners for a collection of buildings in Brooklyn. What's wrong with that? Never seen that. Blah. Both lenders had important business before the federal government last year, according to lobbying records and regulatory filings. Both Apollo and Citigroup were pushing for tax breaks in the recently passed overhaul, and Citigroup was lobbying for a rollback of some financial crisis regulation. Yep, anything to get out of trouble. Combined, the two companies spent nearly $7 million on lobbying last year. Let's see. For its part, Citigroup said in a statement that it didn't even know Kushner companies, in arranging the loan. And instead, it talked to one of the Kushner company's partners. We lend them money, but we don't know who they are. We gave it to their friend. We just gave the money to their friend. We didn't ask them what it was for. Details on the loans, like the interest rates charged, are not publicly available, so it's unclear whether Kushner companies got any special breaks. Well, shouldn't it be clear? Don't you think that would be bare minimum? Unless the whole goal is to protect each other. I don't know. I'm just thinking. The Kushner company's biggest holding, skyscraper 666 Park Avenue. Oh, no, that's 666 Fifth Avenue. Is 30% unoccupied. Remember, this was 2018, and has a $1.2 billion mortgage early next year. Guess what, kids? Fast forward, that mortgage was paid. That's right. We already read about that, but that mortgage was paid. I think it was by the Saudis. I'm not sure, but somebody did. And that was the Tom Barrack deal. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's fueled speculation that the company needs money and fast, but Kushner Companies has repeatedly pushed back. Okay, so that's really old information because now we know. Yeah, so that, another little insight into our Jared. Just Jared. Oh, he's just a boy. He's named Jared. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. I think this is a new one. Yeah, this is from March 13th. So fast forward to now, so we can still see how stupid Jared is and how problematic I think he is. And one of the problems, if you want to talk about who needs to get the fuck out of here, he's definitely at the top of my list. Him, Witkoff, Susie Wiles, Stephen Miller, Russ Vought, a lot of them. They're all at the top of my list. Anyway, all right, let's read this. This is a shorty. Jared Kushner solicits funds for his firm while working as a Mideast envoy. See, now they just don't even try. They just don't even try to separate it, because guess what? The president has immunity, and he's going to figure out a way to protect this little piece of shit. Jared Kushner, one of the U.S. government's chief negotiators in the Middle East, go figure, is trying to raise more money for his private equity firm from governments in the region while he's negotiating. Like how wrong does it have to be? Right? Like how wrong does it actually have to be? Oh, bye, Teresa. See you later. Hey. Mr. Kushner, Dump's son-in-law, has spoken with potential investors in recent weeks about raising $5 billion or more for Affinity Partners, his investment firm, according to 5 people with knowledge of the talks who were not permitted to speak publicly about the discussions. As part of the fundraising effort, Affinity's representatives have already met with Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which invests the proceeds of the kingdom's vast oil reserves. 2 of the people briefed on the discussion said. PIF is led by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who has formed close ties with Mr. Kushner and the Dump administration because they're all going to get motherfucking rich. And everybody's going to be able to rape with impunity. So everybody's happy. They'll go through a little pain in order to get to nirvana. PIF, which is already the largest and earliest investor in Affinity, invested the $2 billion soon after the first Dump administration ended, and then all of a sudden the 666 was all taken care of. As part of that deal, the Saudis must be given the first chance to invest during any subsequent attempts by Affinity to raise funds. Other Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds that invested earlier in Affinity, including those in the UAE and Qatar, are also expected to be asked for more, the people said. Yikes. Oh, yeah, and the Qatar blockade that was, yeah, I'm telling you, Kushner is really emerging for me as the guy. That he's really an architect of action around what happens and how it gets executed, right? He's not the only one, but I'm saying he definitely seems to have a hand in perpetuating these wars and making sure that people like Russia get their sanctions lifted, and that even Iran gets its sanctions lifted on oil so that we can at least keep people from squawking too much, right? I mean, wake up. The efforts show the blurring of the lines. Oh, is that what we're calling it now? Blurring the lines between public service and private profit seeking? Or are we calling it emolument? Or what is that thing? Self-dealing. That's the term I was looking for. Self-dealing. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing anyway. That's what I call it. That's not blurring the lines. That's basically the efforts show the self-dealing during Mr. Trump's second term. That's how that sentence should actually read. New York Times. I'll fix it for you. Only a few weeks ago, in his role as Dump's peace envoy, Mr. Kushner met in Geneva with Iran's foreign minister. The U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign in Iran began shortly after those meetings concluded without a deal on Iran's nuclear program. Mr. Kushner, unfortunately only 45 years old, also spearheaded the Dump administration's successful efforts to extract hostages from Gaza and negotiated between Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, this is all, I don't know who wrote that, but that's the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever read in the middle of a story. What? You're painting him like he's some kind of hero. Are you fucking kidding? Oh, well, you can't, sometimes you can't get it all right. In January, Mr. Kushner traveled to Davos, Switzerland as part of the U.S. official delegation at the World Economic Forum, where he unveiled the Dump administration's plan for a new Gaza. That's right. That's right. While at Davos, Kushner also discussed his plans to raise billions of dollars in new investments for Affinity in private meetings with international business leaders, 2 people with knowledge of the conversation said. As recently as December 2024, Mr. Kushner suggested that he would not seek more money for Affinity during Mr. Dump's second term. Kidding. I had my fingers crossed. That month, he told the podcaster Patrick O'Shaughnessy that he would preemptively try to avoid any conflicts. Oh, is this how you think you're doing it? We don't have to raise capital for the next 4 years. That appears to have changed. In materials provided to potential investors this year and reviewed by the New York Times, Affinity indicated that more than 3/4 of the roughly $5 billion it had raised since its founding had already been spent on investments in companies such as Phoenix Financial, which we heard, the Israeli insurer, and Revolut, a financial technology startup. Affinity's preliminary internal projections suggest that it has earned an estimated 25% rate of return. That's pretty fucking good. since its 2021 founding, the documents show. It's almost unrealistic. It's almost too good to be true. It's almost money laundering. Allegedly. Oh my God. The scion of a prominent real estate family. Wait a minute. Hold on. Charles Kushner. There's nothing prestigious about this family, okay? Fucking hell. Oh my God. Whatever daddy wants, daddy gets. Let's talk about this prestigious people. Charles Kushner, who's currently the ambassador to France, by the way. So, nice work if you can get it. And if you can get it, if you crime. Is scion used loosely? Yeah. Well, here's the scion, or I guess Jared's the scion now, but it used to be Chucky Boy. And let me tell you about Chucky Boy. He is actually, the ambassador to France and Monaco. I'm not actually kidding about that. But let's talk about this. On June 30th, 2004, Kushner was fined $508,000 by the Federal Election Commission for contributing to Democratic political campaigns in the names of his partnerships when he lacked authorization to do so. In 2005, following an investigation by U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Chris Christie, who hates the Kushners, okay? And this is why. Negotiated a plea agreement with him under which Kushner pled guilty to 18 counts of illegal campaign contributions, tax evasion, and witness tampering. And that one was a humdinger of a witness tampering. Here we go. The witness tampering charge arose from Kushner's retaliation against William Scholder, his sister Esther's husband, his brother-in-law, who was cooperating with federal investigators against Kushner. Kushner hired a prostitute to seduce his brother-in-law, arranging to record a sexual encounter between the two and send the tape to his sister and get his brother-in-law to shut up. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison, served 14 months, and guess what? Then he was released from prison, and after the fact, he got pardoned by, yes, Donald Dumper in the first thing. Yeah, you cannot make this shit up. So yeah, that's the scion of real estate that they're talking about. There's nothing. They're a failure and an embarrassment, and probably money launderers. I'm gonna guess. That's all I'm gonna guess. Okay. Mr. Kushner is a relative newcomer to private equity and industry. Well, he is a newcomer. He doesn't have any experience in private equity since Affinity is his first effort at private equity, which is different than real estate. Sorry. That's just, I know that much about those two industries. An industry where giant investors buy part or all of companies and try and improve the businesses before selling them or laundering money. I don't know. It could, I mean, comme ci, comme ça, right? Yeah, it must be interesting at Thumbs down on private equity. I don't know. I just feel like there's no regulation. Right now it's the Wild West, I feel like. Prove me wrong that this regime is going to do any oversight whatsoever that matters. Wow. Okay. When he began Affinity, based in Miami, he leaned heavily on his government contacts. During the first Dump administration, Mr. Kushner served as senior advisor to his father-in-law, often accompanying him on trips to meet with foreign officials. In addition to the roughly $2 billion from Saudi Arabia's fund, he amassed hundreds of millions of dollars from elsewhere in the region. That raised hackles from government watchdog groups. Complaints that Mr. Kushner has frequently publicly dismissed by challenging critics to identify a specific conflict of interest. This week, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, CREW, we love them, a left-leaning advocacy group, or people that pay attention to the Constitution, I don't know, asked in a public letter to the White House that Mr. Kushner be subject to financial disclosure rules similar to other public servants. Yeah, that's right, kids. Because he's an envoy, same thing for Witkoff. Because he's an envoy, they don't have to do financial disclosure. Ha! Ha! And the White House said no. Anyway, so that was like, that's the most current thing on our lad Jared. I think I might save some of this, obviously, for tomorrow. There was one thing I want to talk about Hungary, because they're almost going to have their election, or at least they were. I actually would like to see if they're... Where are you? Hungary. Hungary. Where's my thing about Hungary? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, kids. Oh, hold my Pinot Grigio. Jamie Dimon, this is new. Jamie Dimon warns investors over risks from war and threat of rising inflation. Uh-oh. Jamie's getting a little bit nervy, a little bit nervous. Oh, the Jamie Dimon watch. We got little boop, 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 boop. Our little antennae have gone up. Not only did he get pardoned, he's now, ambassador to France and Monaco, which, whatever. Jamie Dimon warns investors in his annual letter to shareholders. Jamie Dimon, the chief executive of JP Morgan Chase, and a dude that really should talk a lot more honestly about what's going on, said investors and businesses faced a series of challenges. A couple weeks ago, he was saying, well, everything's fine, and I think people are really enjoying this war. I think it's doing really well. That's literally what Jamie Dimon said to Bloomberg like 2 weeks ago. Dick. He's such a dick. Let me see. Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan is out with his annual letter, and we've got the details. In it, he raises questions about the valuations of private credit funds, that thing we've talked about. But he says industry probably doesn't represent a systemic risk. And that's probably true, unless Apollo is the one who stopped. It's all the same people, okay? I'm not making this shit up. It is all the same motherfucking people. I can't. How'd he get him? Because he probably has dirt on dump, okay? I don't know. I think Jared is a much more important player than we give him credit for. That's all I'm trying to say. While he is relatively bullish on the economy, he offered his downside scenario. The skunk at the party, and it could happen in 2026, would be inflation slowly going up, which is what it's doing, as opposed to slowly going down. This alone could cause interest rates to rise and asset prices to drop. Interest rates are like gravity to almost all asset prices, and falling asset prices at one point can change sentiment rapidly and cause a flight to cash. What he's talking about is that when you get that, when you have falling asset prices, that means the people who put their money in the private equity funds, the ones that are propping up these companies, but those asset prices of those companies are falling, then it's like, oh, I want to take my money out of that private equity fund. Well, BlackRock actually, sorry, not Apollo. BlackRock said, nah, sorry. We're scared, so we're not going to let you take out any money. Well, that's kind of like what happened in George Bailey, like Bailey Savings and Loan, when Mr. Potter put a run on the banks, right? Okay, like he was the one and he was buying people's shares at the Savings and Loan. Do you remember that? That's kind of what we're talking about here. Like a little bit of a run on the private equity people that are like, wait, we want our money out of there because it looks like these assets are either not real or just falling apart. Like AI and shit like that, where deals like Sora get canceled, stuff like that. Really, and it is risk investing, right? It's a risky invest, but at the same time, it's credit and how big that market is and how much it's ballooned over the last few years and how some people liken it to the pre-2008 housing crisis bubble where there were all these derivatives and other vehicles for investment that were very sketchy and kind of fell apart under the pressure. Yeah, so there you go. Okay, so that's that. Blah, blah, blah. Also, piece on the New Yorker out Monday by Ronan Farrow. Oh, this is it. Oh, new interview and closely guarded document shed light on the persistent doubts about the head of OpenAI. Oh, I don't have this. Okay, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this and share this article because I really want to read it. So we'll save that for another day. But that's a good one. I want to read that. All right, where was I now? Uh-oh. Let's do this. Boop. Ugh, I can't stand Sam Altman's face. I'm sorry. I really can't. Let's see. Oh no. Oh, I guess where did I do? Oh, there it is. Okay. This one, going back to Hungary. Gosh, I don't know how I got off of Hungary, but there I did. All right. This was from our beautiful Tina. Our beautiful, wonderful Tina. A recent story in Canada recalls that Jamie Dimon verbally attacked Mark Carney in 2008 at the height of the financial crisis because Carney, as Bank of Canada chief, was making bank rules stricter. Carney basically told Dimon to pound sand and walked out. Good. I'm so glad. Human, what was your question? Is that a job that comes with diplomatic immunity? That's a good question. I don't know if it does or not, but that would mean for crimes you committed in the host country, right? Not in the United States, right? So if you're money laundering, basically, I think that doesn't give you don't have diplomatic immunity from that, right? It's only from like if you run over somebody, I think, in that. I did a semester abroad in Budapest in 2007. Good times. I know, Bobo just got back from 5 months in Hungary for work. So, yeah, this is of great interest to Bobo, too. And should be of interest to all of us because it's another part of the reason that we're here, which is Russian active measures, which are very real and very much something. The Russia was not a hoax. It is very real, and it is part of the reason we are here right now and why the insurgency within the Republican Party actually was able to achieve the power grab that they have achieved. So that's why Hungary, to me, is a very important story because that shit's being exposed and no one over here seems to be drawing the parallels between what happening over there and what has happened here in this country. I mean, I think there's probably some people, but for real, this isn't breaking through the ether to me in terms of the mainstream media. Okay, here we go. So let's see. Jared Kushner. I forgot this was a Jared story too. Holy shit. That's right. Hungary's government is anticipating Jared Kushner's future involvement in a controversial 12.3 billion euro mini Dubai real estate project in Budapest, led by Emirati billionaire Mohammed Alibar. The government of Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who has long aligned himself with Donald Trump, announced the contract with Alibar's company on the day of Trump's second inauguration. The Hungarian government is expecting Jared Kushner, son-in-law of U.S. President Donald Trump, and this is, this is from 1/24. This is not even from right now. This is from January 24th, 2025. So forgive me. It's a little bit of a history. According to a source with connections, Okay, I read that. The project, officially named Grand Budapest but referred to by local media as Mini Dubai, aims to transform a disused railway yard into a luxury district, including a skyscraper that could become the tallest in Europe. The possible involvement of Kushner, a prominent businessman and investor, is rumored to be linked to his investment fund, Affinity Partners, or other ventures, although specific details remain unclear. By design, I wonder. The Hungarian government announced the contract of 12.3 billion euro Grand Budapest luxury district development with Eagle Hills on January 20th, 2025, coinciding with Donald Trump's second inauguration. A Hungarian government-connected source hinted that this timing might not be a coincidence, describing the contract with Eagle Hills as a welcome gift, potentially setting the stage for Kushner's future involvement. According to the source, Kushner's role could be tied to the planned luxury district skyscraper, suggesting that the Grand Budapest may ultimately resemble Trump Tower more than the charming Grand Budapest Hotel from Wes Anderson's 2014 film. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has sought to position himself as one of Trump's closest allies in Europe, notably securing multiple visits to Mar-a-Lago, both before and after Trump's re-election. Yeah, if we all change our last names to Kushner, can we get away with shit? I don't know. Could we even bring ourselves to do some of this shit? I don't know. Alibar, known for developing the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, the world's tallest building, is leading the Hungarian project, which now envisions a centerpiece skyscraper capped at 500 meters. This would make the building Europe's tallest high-rise. Just days before the deal on the Grand Budapest project on January 17, 2025, it was announced that the same Mohammed Alibar's Eagle Hills is partnering with Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners investment group to develop a Trump hotel. Ha! This is the Serbia thing? Oh my God. I didn't know he was the one behind. I didn't know Affinity. Where's Teresa? I didn't know Affinity Partners was involved in the fucking Serbia thing. Oh my God, y'all. This is so fucking dirty. We gotta go back to the old history of this fucking project. Because that is fucking Rick Grinnell. This is Rick Grinnell fuckery. Oh my God, I didn't even read all of this. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, there you go. We've got to talk about that. Okay. Yikes. Oh my God. To develop a Trump hotel and luxury apartments in Belgrade, Serbia, located on the site of the former Yugoslav Ministry of Defense. In the official statement, Kushner notably expressed hope that the Serbia project would be the first of many collaborations with Eagle Hills. So, y'all, this is, oh my God. Yeah, we're going to pull sometime this week, we'll talk about the Serbia project and what the background is on that, because it's also interesting. Eagle Hills and Affinity Partners didn't respond to V-Square's request for comment regarding their potential partnership on the Grand Budapest project, although a source claimed that Affinity is not currently involved. Oh, okay. In a vague statement, is it an LLC? In a vague statement sent to V-Square, the Hungarian government neither confirmed nor denied information about Kushner's potential future involvement in the project, stating that they are unable to provide additional details beyond what has already been disclosed. In their response to our request, Budapest opposition leadership criticized the project for its lack of transparency, stating that the government failed to inform them about the deal or its details. When V-Square first reported on the Mini Dubai project in December 2023, the development scale and ambitions were already notable. The project has immediately faced criticism for its potential impact on Budapest's historic skyline. While current city regulations prohibit high-rise buildings, the Orban government has the authority to grant exemptions. Jesus. This was the case with Budapest's tallest structure, the MOL campus headquarters, which stands at 143 meters and has already sparked public backlash. The proposed skyscraper for the Grand Budapest project planned in Budapest, I don't know how to say that, sorry, Hungary neighborhood, a derelict industrial area on the Pest side of the Hungarian capital, because one side of the river is Buda and the other side is Pest. I learned that from my daughter. I did not know that. The Pest side of the Hungarian capital that once served as a railway hub would dominate the skyline, overshadowing iconic 19th century landmarks such as the Hungarian Parliament building and the Heroes Square. Critics argue that the towering structure would fundamentally alter the city's historic character. See more visualizations illustrating how this skyscraper would transform. So this is how it would look. This red thing. Oh wait, I should make this a little bigger. You can see this is the visualization of the skyline, and the red thing is the tower and what's proposed. I think that's Heroes Square, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't really know. Yeah. Meanwhile, guy with 3 names to arrive Tuesday in Hungary to campaign for Orban. That's right. J.D. Vance is going. Beyond architectural concerns, the project's financial terms have also ignited outrage. Opposition leaders have described the $123 million euro sale of the 100-hectare plot as a gross undervaluation, even calling it treason. They have also criticized a clause in the contract stipulating that Eagle Hills would only be required to pay the full amount once the Hungarian government fulfills its 800 million euro commitment to infrastructure improvements around the site. The government has been accused of prioritizing foreign investors over public interests and relinquishing Hungarian sovereignty by allowing Emirati investor with extensive control over a massive plot equivalent to half a district without adequate oversight. Since we first revealed plans for the mini Dubai district at the end of 2023, the ambitions for constructing the first true skyscraper have grown significantly. At that time, the initial plans proposed a tower with a height of 220 to 240 meters, comparable to Warsaw's Palace of Culture and Science, the Warsaw Spire, or Vienna's Donau City Tower 1. A few weeks ago, we already reported updated plans aiming to build Europe's tallest skyscraper, but at least surpassing London's The Shard, standing at 310 meters. Let me just see. All right, so that's good. All right, so that is an older story, but wait, there's more on Hungary. And I'm hungry for justice. Yes, I'm hungry for justice. And that is this. This is from March 21st. And then we have something else that just happened. I got to find that story. All right, and just see if this sounds familiar to you. See if this sounds familiar to you. To tilt Hungarian election, Russians propose staging assassination attempt. Yeah. The wild leftists at the Washington Post report. To aid Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, a friend of Russia, in his election, operatives proposed the game changer, a staged assassination attempt to stir supporters. Budapest. In the run-up to Hungary's pivotal election in April, a unit of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service last month began sounding the alarm over plummeting public support for Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whose friendly ties to Moscow have long given the Kremlin a strategic foothold inside NATO and the European Union. Officers from the Intelligence Service, or SVR, suggested that drastic action might be necessary, a strategy they called the game changer. In an internal report for the SVR obtained and authenticated by a European intelligence service and reviewed by the Washington Post, the operatives proposed a way to, quote, fundamentally alter the entire paradigm of the election campaign, the staging of an assassination attempt on Viktor Orban. Quote, such an incident will shift the perception of the campaign out of the rational realm of socioeconomic questions into an emotional one, where the key themes will become state security and the stability and defense of the political system, the operatives wrote in a report prepared for SVR's main unit for political influence operations, Directorate MS, or Active Measures Department. There have been no physical attacks on Orban, whose popularity has eroded because of a worsening economy and the fact that he's just a dick. But the mere suggestion of staging an attempt on Orban's life underscores how high the stakes are for Moscow in the Hungarian race. The July 2024 campaign trail attack, in which Donald Trump was grazed by a would-be assassin's bullet, resulted in iconic photos of him, praise for his resilience, and a quick bump in his poll numbers, especially among core supporters. Polls show Orban trailing Peter Magyar, who is also conservative and a former member of Orban's party, Fidesz, but campaigning as an anti-corruption reformer. Quote, the majority, 52.3%, are dissatisfied with the state of affairs in the country, the Russian officers wrote. The dissatisfaction prevails not only in cities but also in the rural areas, 50.8%, where traditionally the ruling Fidesz party's position is strong. Russia is not the only outside power potentially looking to prop up Orban in one of the toughest campaigns of his career. Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited Budapest last month, telling Orban that your success is our success. And Orban has made no secret that he hopes Trump will do the same. Well, J.D. Vance is coming. But with dump consumed by the war in Iran and Orban behind in the polls, Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó, said Vice President J.D. Vance is going to visit. There you go. A lot of stuff for a Hungarian wedding, isn't it? In a video message on Saturday, Dump offered Orban his complete and total endorsement. Russia's intervention, however, could be more direct. Some Western officials say the Kremlin is intent on preserving Orban, who has assisted Moscow in hampering key EU policies and acted as a bridge for the Kremlin to U.S. conservatives in hope of forging a new post-liberal world order. Orban spokesperson Zoltan Kovacs did not respond to request for comment on the SVR report, Russia's alleged interference in the election, or the Prime Minister's relationship with Moscow. It is unclear how high up in the Russian government the SVR proposal was read. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov dismissed questions from the Post about the SVR strategy document.
This is another example of disinformation. And we are not going to comment on it.
In recent weeks, Orban and Fidesz have increasingly sought to redirect Hungarians' focus away from economic problems and toward alleged external security threats. And guess what? Amid a deepening standoff over Hungary blocking a €90 billion EU loan for Ukraine, Orban's government has accused Ukraine of halting cheap Russian oil supplies to Hungary via the Druzhba pipeline that snakes through Ukrainian territory, despite the shutdown initially being caused by a Russian attack that hit the pipeline's infrastructure. Tempers have frayed. Orban last week accused Ukrainians of plotting physical attacks on his family. See where this is going? While Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky earlier this month, speaking about Orban, threatened to give, quote, this person's address to our armed forces. On Thursday, the Hungarian government said it was banning 3 Ukrainian citizens from entering its territory, alleging they made threats against Hungary, Orban, and his family. After Orban said he was moving troops to protect Hungary's critical energy infrastructure against a potential attack by Ukraine. Literally, jitters have grown in Budapest. Anything could happen, said one Western official, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive politics. I've never seen Fidesz so nervous, said another of Orban's ruling party. There is growing panic in the ruling party, and I think they may take some not well-considered steps to hold on to power. Yeah, they probably were Antifa, said Andris Telkas, a Hungarian former deputy foreign intelligence chief. The Russians will do everything to keep Orban in power. They consider Hungary as part of their sphere of influence. The Russian measures to support Orban have included a Kremlin-backed social media campaign to amplify messaging that Orban is the only candidate who can protect Hungary's sovereignty, according to European security officials familiar with the activities, who spoke on condition of anonymity. Some of the Kremlin-backed narratives have been conveyed through Tigran Garibian, a Russian consular envoy at Moscow's embassy in Budapest, who, according to one of the European security officials, regularly holds meetings with pro-government Hungarian journalists to give them tasks and instructions. The Russian embassy said, we have repeatedly stated that Russia does not interfere in elections in other countries. We're crossing our fingers, but don't pay attention to that. We would like to emphasize once again that interference in the Hungarian election campaign is by no means coming from the Russian side. Preposterous. Russia has been accused repeatedly of meddling in elections, including in 2016 in the United States. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the late commander of Wagner mercenary group and Putin ally, until he wasn't, was put under sanction by the U.S. and had admitted that troll farms under his control sought to influence American voters. In their report, the Russian operatives proposed that Orban equate his rule with peace and as a space for stability, predictability, and long-term development, and that he focused the campaign by portraying Magyar as a puppet of Brussels and his Tisha party as the party of war supporting Ukraine. One of the European security officials said his service had been informed about the arrival of 3 people operating on behalf of the Russian military intelligence in Hungary, confirming a report by Hungary's independent investigative outlet V-Square about the trio and raising further questions about potential Russian interference. While Fidesz has a skilled propaganda machine of its own, the Russian operatives could be involved in contingency planning for Moscow to cast doubt on the integrity of the vote, one of the Western officials said. with each side accusing the other of manipulation and smear campaigns and polls tightening. The election is on a knife's edge. Concerns are growing in Budapest that the outcome could be disputed. Orban has been one of Russia's best assets, one of the Western officials said. It's hard to imagine that the Russians would not be standing ready to assist if things go sideways. For years, the Orban government has provided Moscow with a vital window into sensitive discussions in the EU, both through the physical access of its allies in the Hungarian government and through Russian hackers' penetration of the computer networks of Hungary's foreign ministry, said several current and former European security officials, including Ferenc Fresh, the former head of Hungary's cyber defense service, who spoke about the Russian hacks. Szijjártó, sorry about the names, I'm so sorry. The foreign minister made regular phone calls during breaks at the EU meetings to provide his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Laugh it off with Lavrov. With live reports on what's being discussed and possible solutions, one of the European security officials said. Through such calls, every single EU meeting for years has basically had Moscow behind the table, the official said. Well, why didn't anybody do anything about it? Oh my God. Yeah, there's an actual, there's actual evidence that they were going to stage an assassination attempt to boost Orban in the polls. You cannot make this up. And this article is kind of intimating that maybe they copied what happened in the States. No, honey, I don't think so. I think you're going to have to prove to me that this wasn't a Russian plot all along to try and get bump for Trump. Please. My God. They think we're stupid. And you know what? If I'm wrong, prove it. Prove it. Hi, Carrie. How are you doing? Szijjártó has made 16 official visits to Moscow since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, most recently on March 4th when he met with President Vladimir Putin. Szijjártó did not respond to a request for comment. I'm so sorry about his name. When Orban first emerged as a political player in Hungary soon after the collapse of the Soviet Union, he made his name as a firebrand opponent of communist rule. During his first stint as prime minister from July 1998 to May 2002, Hungary joined NATO over Moscow's objections. After he was elected for the second time in 2010, Orban gravitated into Moscow's orbit, promoting ties with Russia over Hungary's Western partners and espousing populist traditional values at the same time that Putin sought to portray himself as a protector of Christian values, remember that, against decadent Western liberal democracy. I do remember that. I think the first thing for Orban was about money, said Telkis, the former deputy and foreign intelligence chief. They made a deal about Russian energy imports for Hungary. Russian energy has been supplied, but not directly, but through different intermediaries. For years, the central node in this relationship has been MOL, the Hungarian oil and gas conglomerate that is one of the country's biggest and most profitable companies, benefiting from the supply of cheap Russian energy. Just before Orban became prime minister, MOL sold a 50% stake in its gas trader, MOL Energy Trade, later renamed MET, to a Cyprus-registered company, Normiston Trading. Oh, well. Once Orban was in power, Normiston transferred its stake in MET, oh my God, in 2011 to two of Orban's closest allies, allowing them to earn hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends through the purchase of cheaper gas on the European spot market, according to research by Daniel Hegedus, now deputy director at the Institute for European Politics in Berlin. MET's management bought out the shareholders in 2018. The system has helped them fill their pockets, Telkis said. Another key way for Orban and his allies to benefit came through Orban's decision to award a contract to Russia's state nuclear monopoly Rosatom to build the PAX-2 nuclear reactor in 2014, according to Andras Rasch, a senior fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations Center for Security and Defense, with Russian state bank VEB providing a 10 billion euro loan for the project, of which 40% was to go to Hungarian subcontractors. Orban's childhood friend, Lorin Masharos, was a key beneficiary. He received tens of millions of dollars worth of construction deals according to EU procurement contracts, helping him become Hungary's richest man and earn the moniker Orban's wallet. Mizaros has publicly attributed his soaring fortune since Orban's 2010 election as, quote, thanks to three factors: God, luck, and Viktor Orban. Mizaros did not respond to a request for comment. In the current campaign, Orban has sought to promote himself as a candidate for peace, while presenting Magyar as a stooge of Brussels who would drag Hungary into war on Ukraine's side. The two candidates held rival rallies on Sunday, which drew hundreds of thousands, with both sides claiming their gatherings were the largest ever. Magyar's campaign against the alleged corruption of Orban's rule has gained resonance, in particular since concerns about rule of law and Orban's repeated blocking of key EU initiatives caused the EU to withhold subsidies, further affecting Hungary's economy. Amid the tense politicking, Russia's foreign intelligence operatives have been stepping up efforts to support Orban's campaign. Aside from note mapping potential strategies, Russia has directed operatives to engage in concrete measures to tarnish opposition candidates, additional documents show. The operations included efforts to create artificial intelligence videos to damage one Tisha candidate, Maria Gurzo, and to smear another, Ervin Nagy, by fabricating allegations that he beat up a local woman, forging documents and photos, and then spreading the disinformation through national and social media, according to the additional documents. Nagy and Gurzo did not respond to requests for comment. And there's a new development on this. Thank you for indulging me with that. I just want to find the one article that came up yesterday, I think. What is it? It's Hungary and... Oh, national emergency. Okay, oops. Are they going to let me read this? Ah, you bitches. BBC, man. Fuck you. All right, we'll have to go for The Guardian then. All right, last story on this, but I really... oh my God. All right, Hungarian. This is from The Guardian from yesterday. Just to put a bow on Hungary for now. Hungarian Prime Minister faces false flag claims after Serbia says explosives found near pipeline. It's all the same people taking all the same pills. Incident prompts political scrutiny across Hungary as Viktor Orban trails in polls before next Sunday's election. Oh boy. All right, so again, this is from yesterday. Serbia has said it found explosives of devastating power near a pipeline that carries Russian natural gas to Hungary and beyond, sparking claims by Hungary's leading opposition candidate of a possible false flag operation aimed at influencing the country's elections. On Sunday, Hungary's Prime Minister Orban said he had been informed by Serbia's President Aleksandar Vučić, I'm so sorry, of the discovery near an extension of the Turk Stream pipeline, which transports Russian gas through the Balkans to Central and Eastern Europe. An investigation is underway, Orban said on social media, adding that he had convened an emergency meeting of the country's defense council. Oops. The incident comes 1 week before Hungarians are due to cast their votes in a pivotal parliamentary election in which Orban's 16-year hold on power is facing an unprecedented challenge from Peter Magyar, a former top member of the ruling Fidesz party. The election has pitted two versions of Hungary's future against each other as Orban and Fidesz seek to convince voters that the war in Ukraine poses a deep threat to the country and that Orban is best placed to handle this risk, while Magyar and his Tisha party urge voters to focus on economic stagnation, fraying social services, and corruption. Vučić said on Sunday that the Serbian army and police had found two backpacks containing two large packages of explosives with detonators in the northern Serbian municipality of Kanjiza, a few hundred meters from the gas pipeline. I gotta bone up on my Finno-Ugric and my surrounding areas. I mean, I'll try. I'll figure it out. But I'm embarrassed because I hate mispronouncing people's names very badly and then them going, oh my God, you know, like whatever. Not that they're going to be listening, but there might be some people out there who speak Serbian who are like, that's the worst Serbian I've ever heard. He said he had informed Orban of the initial results of the investigation into what he described as a threat to the critical gas infrastructure. The explosives could have endangered many lives and caused significant damage to the pipeline, Vucic added. He did not detail the origins of the explosives, saying instead that there were certain traces he could not disclose. Our intelligence services did a good job, he said. Well, that sounds a lot like dump. The incident, coming as Orban trails in the polls, prompted political scrutiny across Hungary. On Sunday, Magyar said on social media that he and the Tisza party had been warned by multiple sources that something might happen in Serbia around Easter, possibly involving a gas pipeline and allegedly carried out with Serbian and Russian assistance. And now it has, he said. He called on Orban's government to stop spreading panic and causing disruption. Hungarians have every reason to fear that the outgoing prime minister, following the advice of Russian agents, is attempting to instill fear in his own people through false flag operations. He said, I also want to make it clear that he will not be able to prevent next Sunday's election. The skepticism was echoed by Mujtaba Rahman, the managing director for Europe at Eurasia Group, a political risk consultancy. Looks like a seemingly convenient threat of terrorist action, he said on social media, designed to whip up further fear of military action against Hungary, for which Ukraine will no doubt be blamed. The campaign heated up in February after Orban claimed, without providing evidence, that Ukraine was plotting to disrupt Hungary's energy system and said he had dispatched troops to safeguard the country's energy infrastructure. Orban has also repeatedly accused Ukraine of intentionally delaying repairs to the Soviet-era Druzhba pipeline, which brings Russian oil to Hungary and Slovakia via Ukraine, and blocked EU approval of a €90 billion loan to Ukraine over the feud. Rahman said Brussels and EU capitals have been expecting a false flag operation by Orban, citing a national security risk as grounds to postpone next Sunday's elections that he looks set to lose. Could this be it? On Sunday, Hungary's foreign minister, Peter Szijjártó, singled out Ukraine but stopped short of blaming them outright for the latest incident. In the past few days and weeks, the Ukrainians organized an oil blockade against us and then tried to put us under a total energy blockade, and now we have today's incident, he said in a post on Facebook. Orban, posting on social media after the Defense Council meeting, said that what was known so far of the incident pointed to a prepared act of sabotage. While he did not directly blame Ukraine for the incident, he said Ukraine has been for years trying to cut off Europe from Russian energy. Ukraine's foreign ministry said on Sunday that it rejected any attempt to link Kiev to the incident. Ukraine has nothing to do with this, it said on social media, adding that it had most probably been a Russian false flag operation as part of Moscow's heavy interference in Hungarian elections. Ákos Haddadzsi, a Hungarian independent MP and longtime critic of Orban, cast doubt on the news from Serbia. This is completely transparent and pathetic, he wrote on social media. But let's not forget that propaganda still works, he added. Nor should we forget that next week quite brutal things could come from the struggling regime. Szabolcs Pányi, one of the country's most prominent investigative journalists, also urged people to treat Sunday's revelations with caution. Weeks earlier, he and other journalists had been told by sources in Hungarian government circles of a Russia-backed false flag attack in Serbia targeting the gas pipeline to Hungary. Oh, so literally people told them about it weeks earlier and then it came to pass. Okay. Wow. The Serbian claims could rock the final days of the campaign, just as the White House gears up to have J.D. and Usha Vance visit the country in an apparent effort by the U.S. Vice President to bolster Orban in the polls. The U.S. administration has long rallied behind Orban, with Donald Trump repeatedly endorsing him and describing him as a fantastic guy and a strong, powerful leader. In recent weeks, questions have swirled about the U.S. effort to keep Orban in power, particularly as Russia appears to be working to sway the election in Orban's favor. The Washington Post reported recently that Russian intelligence operatives had proposed staging an assassination attempt on Orban to boost his chances of winning, while The Guardian found that disinformation networks with links to Russia were publishing content aimed at undermining Orban's main opponent. That's it. And yeah, so I'm telling you, there is so much movement between all of the players. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off. Oof, boy, I feel like drunk with information. Anyway, sorry. I'll try and this is good that I do this one. I like to just go out there and just like fall on my dick a lot, and then I'll figure out how to get up and keep walking. But I hope so. I mean, I hope. I know this was a little disjointed, but I really am hopeful that it was. I don't know. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you didn't learn anything. I don't know. But I hope you did. I can't believe SCOTUS is going to give Bannon. Yeah, I mean, are you surprised? Really, Griffey? I love you, Griffey. Are you surprised by that? I'm not surprised by that. I mean, I think we are in. We are very much in. Yeah, right. Having it stepped on. We are very much in the mode where these guys, people in power, who want to stay out of jail or want to stay in power or want to gain their power. Embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. This is the end game for me, if this makes sense, is that they have very limited time. They know they have very limited time to cement their hold onto power and freedom. For some of them, like Dump, like Bibi, the cruel hands of justice are about to smack them upside the head. And it would happen eventually to them, right? So I think they operate from a place of, we need to really lock it in because I'm not going to jail, right? And then you've got people like Peter Thiel, Jared, Witkoff, all these other players, the Heritage, whatever. Their interest is, we got to make that money before it's determined that we've made money illegally, right? So there's this, I do sense a desperation at this time that I haven't sensed in the past, that they know their time is limited to knock this shit out and to shift what we're going to talk about the rest of the week, which is that shift in global trade and like the economy and why those things actually make sense for the donor class and why nobody, even Jamie Dimon, isn't screaming hair on fire, because at the end of the day, this chaos kind of works for them, and dead soldiers kind of work for them. And this is the reality that we're in. And my big complaint with media is that, and I think I had put it in a certain, let me see if I can encapsulate it, because I had thought about the way the media, where is it? Oh, there it is. The way the media is treating this, and I want to just kind of pick up, because I thought what I wrote made sense to me when I wrote it. Hold on, let me just find it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I was just trying to think, like, what is it that what's my problem with the media? And I think one of the things that my problem is the media seems to focus on the variance from the law. Like Trump issued an illegal order, right? Trump is committing war crimes, whatever. But they don't talk about the calculations behind those decisions, right? And I'm not saying that they don't ever, right? Like, we know, but there isn't as much of a connective tissue being talked about between why does a protracted war work for different groups, right? Who has a vested interest in in a war that goes on and that is a mess and tries to drag in our allies and gives us an excuse to quit NATO and gives us an excuse to quit the UN? Because again, if you build in that If you break away from those institutions, you face less accountability because you're not subjecting yourselves to the rules of the game. So I think that I guess my hope with this type of show was to, yes, they have reported specific acts as war crimes. Yeah, I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm not expressing myself right. I'm saying that they're not talking about why those war crimes work for this administration. Why would an administration take the risk of open war criming? You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Maybe it doesn't make any sense. Maybe it only made sense in my stupid little brain. But yeah, so I think I want to have more conversation about Paul Weyrich and the media disinformation sphere, and yeah, the people who are poor did not invent tax loopholes. Ask Truman. Yeah, they dangle the bait to just make us angry. Yeah, and I understand. I mean, I understand. What I'm asking of journalism is probably not really what journalism is doing or supposed to do. I don't really know. But I do sense that we don't have collective wisdom when it comes to, or shared wisdom, shared facts, I guess, about why would something like tariffs make sense? You know, why would something like that work for people? And I don't really hear a lot about that. I hear that tariffs exist. I hear that they're attacks on us, you know, like I hear all the things. I guess. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, actually, I mean, to your point, very well said. They probably should be educating us and themselves about what war crimes are and how they might be determined and punished. Yeah, that's why we come to the lounge. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I synthesize this stuff very well, but I'm just here to kind of, you're just watching me learn. Maybe that's what it is. You're not. Anyway, enough of that. What have I done? How long have we been going? Oh my God, 4 hours. I've taken 4 hours. Wouldn't know. I'm too stupid to be born too rich. Yeah, I know, right? Not me either. I mean, media's probably in the Epstein files. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of go, what? Why? What? And so, I mean, all to say that there are a lot of reasons for us as humans to just be concerned with what this regime is doing. And I really hope that we can stop, which we won't, but I really hope we can stop, like, you know, you're just a dirty leftist and you want open borders, and just move beyond the stupid arguments. I'm happy to argue about like stuff, and I'm probably wrong about most of what I say in terms of, you know, who's working with whom and who are the influencers behind whatever's happening. But I don't know. I think it's how I learn. How I learn is that I put out something and someone can correct me, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That is the biggest fallacy, that rich people are smart. That is such a big fallacy. It's the same thing I learned with like master's degrees and stuff. I'm like, not all people who hold master's and advanced degrees are smart. They're just not. Like, I don't know, but they're just not. Let's animate our buzzwords with actual granular information. Yeah, actually, I am, you know, I hope this is coming through, but maybe it's not. One of the things I have been thinking about is to make sure that I'm not just saying this big sweeping thing like, you know, we're killing people with USAID, which of course, you know, is important to get that idea out. You know, with lack of USAID, we're not helping anyone. But it is important to give like real world examples of what's happening. So I do understand. I agree with that. I hope I try. I don't think I do a complete job, but I hope I try. Anyway. Happy Mondays. Mondays, am I right? I don't like Mondays. I don't like Mondays. I don't like Mondays. I want to shoot the whole day down. A movie with a script like this would be considered too unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah. Griffey, my boyfriend has a degree in psychology and didn't know what inherent bias was. Hello! Well, we love your boyfriend anyway, so, I mean, like, he's legitimately a wonderful person. Well, that's it for me. Thank you so much. Oh my God. I hope so, Neil with an A. I'm going to keep trying. I believe life is a journey, not a destination. And maybe, if nothing else, 4 hours of your life had some background that wasn't completely offensive. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I wish for a stream of someone I don't mind listening to that can just run in the background for 4 hours. So maybe I'm just trying to provide what I would like to be. Yeah, never stop trying. I'll try not to never stop. Never stop, never stopping. All right. I love y'all. I will see you later. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I think at 7. I think at the regular time. Actually, I think it might not. This stream does not suck, and that is all I'm hoping for, human being. Thank you for that. That is the highest compliment. I'm being serious right now. I probably will start a little later tomorrow because I am trying to get my daughter to work and have the car. So just know, watch the times that I post. I apologize, but it's probably going to be like 8:30 tomorrow, and maybe the rest of this week until we figure out. But please keep your fingers crossed that we're also going to get a new apartment soon. I am a cobbler and my children go barefoot. Yeah, exactly. That's what I did part of the time. Just listened. Exactly, and that's what I hope. No, yeah, 8:30 PT. So I think that's probably a safe bet. I don't know. I'll check. But anyway, what I'm all to say, just check when I put up the saving thing, and I'll put it in Discord and I'll share it on Blue Sky. If you do see it, take a note of the time because it may not be the regular time. That's all I'm trying to say. All right. I love y'all. Really, have a wonderful, wonderful day. I think it's really great that we're together in this, and I really appreciate people's patience as I try and figure out what life is all about. I'll be unavailable. I'll see you Wednesday. No problem. We'll be here Wednesday. All right. Hopefully you can come to the documentary tomorrow night. I don't know what we're going to play, but we'll talk about that tomorrow morning. Okay. Bye. It's Richard Cheese. I can't remember the name of the artist. I'll find it.